Peace and greetings, Soul family. Welcome, welcome, welcome on in. I want to just kind of do a mic check as I warm up the mic here, just to make sure you all can hear me nice and loud and clear. And make sure you all can hear me nice and clear. Oh, thank you, Christine. Well, listen, as you guys know, let's talk about it. So initially, I was going to do a show, but blog was acting up. I say that lightly. Blog was acting up. So I said, okay, no worries. Then I thought about opening up Astro Magic, and I went over there and it was a whole new world, like literally. And so I said, the month of September, we got a lot of things that are going on. And I want you all to know the phone lines are not on. So there is no phone lines tonight. This is a YouTube exclusive. Let's see how we can run this up. So definitely more than ever, I need you all to get those likes up so Soul Family can definitely be able to find us. And yes, there was an update done on Clubhouse, and literally it was difficult to kind of navigate. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna lie. I went over there a little earlier this week. I was getting messages from people over there. It was popping me into rooms, popping me into conversations. And I just was like, you know what? Not today. Not today. But I also knew, I felt in my heart that we all needed to connect with each other tonight. Yes. Oh my goodness. Like they flipped the switch. And I get it. They flipped the switch, but listen, we could do a whole show on flipping the switch and people moving too fast and some people moving too slow, right? But jumping the gun, this energy in September, we got a lot of things going on. Jupiter is making its move. It's retrograde. It's retrograde in Taurus. So now, we got a lot of things going on, with this Jupiter energy retrograding in Taurus, But one of the things I want us to talk about is this energy that many of you may have been feeling. You might have been feeling it earlier this week. And by the way, welcome on in to Planet Remix Radio. I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle. So there will not be any phone calls tonight on the remix line, but I am taking telepathic calls. Oh yeah, I will be taking all of your telepathic calls. And for those of you who have the Galactic E-Files, when we covered the month of activating the telepathic mystic, because we are still in all of these energies as we progressed ourselves along. So I am taking your telepathic calls, and I heard your telepathic calls. Many of you are here because of that telepathic call, and you were saying, why aren't we doing the show tonight, Miss Blue? Miss Blue should come on tonight. I would love to see Planet Remix for us to get together tonight. And so it is so. So I'm really going to ask that you guys do me a favor. Reach out, screenshot it, let the Soul family know that Planet Remix is live and that they do need to come on over and join us. Join us here in the Blue Room and give them the cosmic directions so that they can find themselves or find their way on over, which I'm going to send it out to the text line because I didn't even get a chance to send it out to the text line. And, I really have been using this time, like I told you guys, to prepare. I'm going to be sharing some things with you really, really soon. And about some of the upcoming self-invested class, what's going to be happening with that. I'll be opening my books back up for one-on-one readings, taking some more of those, some workshops that's going to be coming up, and lots of other fun things. And I don't want to also forget to start talking about what night or what day or what time Planet Remix will be coming live. Because that's still going to be there. Just still kind of, working with the energies that's happening on the planet right now and to put all of those things in alignment. But I've been doing some serious feng shui. And so initially I thought, well, this is great. I'm kind of redecorating my bedroom. So I was going to just kind of finish getting that, all nice and plush the way that I want it. And I heard your call. And I said, well, I'm still going to come on. I'm going to find a way for us to reach out. And so I definitely wanted to make sure that I did come on, because I think that, Friday, this is Venus Day, even though right now we're thick in that energy of Cancer at this particular time. But it really is the day of Venus. And that's one of the reasons, once I started on my path and my journey, and this was a day that was intuitively, it felt right to me. It worked with my lifestyle at that particular time with work and the children, and everything. So it was a perfect time for me to do a show. The work week was over, and then I would have this opportunity to sit down and do Planet Remix. And later I found out that this energy was so divinely connected with Venus. And I absolutely love that. You guys know how I feel about that energy of love. And Venus is connected with love. Venus is connected with a lot of things, but love is one of those things. And you all know love is the only thing that is real here on planet Earth. And I'm always and always have been about love of self, love of our community, love of the collective, and love of the world, So, all of that being said, I'm really not sure what day, what time Planet Remix will go live. But trust me, when all of that is ready, you will definitely be the one. You will be the one. You will be, I don't want to sing, but you will be the one to know. You will be the one to know. So welcome on in. What I'm going to do right now, so y'all hear me being a little quiet right now, because I do want to send a notification out to the text line to let the Soul family know that we are live in the Blue Room, and that they are certainly welcome to come on over and join us. Yeah. And as I'm sending out notifications, you can send out some notifications as well. I want to give a big shout out to the moderators in the building. Mr. Dante is in the building moderating for us tonight. Lola Falana is in the building, sending her some love, moderating tonight. And also we're going to send love out to Brother Lance as well, moderating for us as well, and to everyone in the Blue Room listening in. So I'm going to be sending this out while I'm sending out some sparkles. I'm going to catch you up on some things that have been going on. I'm also going to be taking your phone calls tonight, but I will be taking them telepathically. We'll talk about how to do that in just a moment. And in the meantime, this would be a perfect time to get the likes up so that we can definitely let our soul family know how to find us, how to connect, how to reach out, maybe screenshot it, put it on your social media, let people know to come on over and join us here live. Yeah. Okay. So here we go, while I send out this notification. Welcome on in to Planet Remix, everyone. Oh my goodness, what a week. What a week. How you feeling? If you haven't checked in with how you're feeling, this would be a great time to check in and see how you're feeling. Oh, that kind of stopped a little too quick for me there. But anyway, peace and greetings to everyone. Welcome on into Planet Remix Radio. We are doing things a little different here tonight, but I think this is a very perfect way for us to start out the month of September. Because right now we're all really being called to do something a little different. The energy is really here for that support. And you'll learn more about this as we kind of continue on for this month of September. But I'm very excited about the things that are happening right now. How many people, and I just want to see this from the Soul family, felt like you were kind of being tested today? How many people? Just show of hands in the blue room. If you felt like you've been a little tested, maybe a little extra sensitive, maybe a little extra emotional about things today. Okay. You're all feeling it. Well, I just want you to know you were. It was a test. It was a test. But don't worry. It was just a test. Because the final exam is coming. The final exam is coming. This was a test. See, a lot of things is happening right now. Our world, as we know, is forever changing. You know, there's only been so many times in history when the world has changed so drastically in a short period of time. And I don't have to tell you that. I know you guys study, and I know you can Google history, and if you're really that interested, you can go back through and you can see. But things are changing very fast. Very, very fast. Our world is changing. Who you thought you were, or even who you want to be, is changing. That's changing for you. And the more that you continuously work on yourself, and I don't want to make this a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to make this a superficial, kind of untangible conversation. I really want to kind of speak to your soul to soul tonight. But the more that you are working on yourself, consciously or unconsciously, because the truth of the matter is we are all conscious to some degree. But see, there is your level of consciousness that you are fully aware of. And that could be things like you want to achieve something in your job, in your work. Or it could be, maybe you aspire to, create something or start something, or maybe you have different expectations for relationships in your life, or maybe you have some personal traumas that you're dealing with that you really want to have an opportunity to release and to let go of. Know that there is something greater at stake. Something is greater at stake here. Is to get you to the point where you can move beyond anything that you thought was a comfort for you. And it's you know what it's like? It's almost like the universe is pushing you to go a little further, to let go a little bit more, and pushing you, just not shoving you, but pushing you a little further to say to you, now it's time for you to do something more than just what you thought was possible. Just a little bit more. And so some of these dreams and some of these expectations and some of these aspirations and some of these desires maybe, just maybe, you was thinking too little. Too little of yourself. Too little of the world you live in. And maybe just too little of the people in your life. Maybe. But it all starts with you. It all starts with you. Maybe, just maybe, some of the frustration, some of the irritation, some of the sadness, some of the over-the-top excitement, some of the illness, some of the despair is coming from you kind of playing too small. You kind of playing a little too small in your own life. And all of these things that you want everyone else to give you. Maybe this is, I'm just kind of putting it out there. Maybe that love that you're looking for. Maybe that joy that you're looking for. Maybe that praise that you're looking for. Maybe that admiration that you're looking for has to come from you. Has to come from you. Has to come from you. You're not going to get it in the world. They're not going to give it to you. And it has nothing to do with how good you are. It has nothing to do with how kind you are. This isn't about morals at this point. It's about you. Now, don't get it twisted. Energy is still real. You can fuck around and find out every day on planet Earth. There's somebody finding out right now. If you put it out there, you're going to get it back. But if you also put it out there just to get it back, you can't. See, you can fool a lot of things. You can trick people all the time. But you can't fool energy. You're not going to be able to mix that. So if you're giving, if you're being kind, if you are doing these things just because you want something in return, you're not going to get it. But just imagine this for a second. What if you're being you? And this is what we do here. We talk about this. And you're doing that. You're living that. You're embodying that. You're respecting that. See, often we want other people to respect us when we really have no knowledge of how to respect ourselves. So this is a question that I would love for all of us to begin to start pondering with ourselves. How do you respect yourself? See, because if you can answer that question of how you respect yourself, then you know when you're disrespecting you, not when the world is disrespecting you. Not when other people are disrespecting you, but when are you respecting yourself? And what does that look like in a day-to-day basis? How do you show respect to you? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What does that taste like? What is that experience of respect for you? What is that like? Have you sat with it? Can you recognize when you are in a position of respecting yourself? What is it? What kind of thoughts are you holding? Interesting enough, we are talking about the month of September. And we know September is primarily dominated by the energy of Virgo, which is considered an earth sign. Most of our psychic impressions that we are feeling, that we are taking in, that is coming in, it's a great time when Earth's magnetic field and your magnetic field are merging themselves together. And you're receiving uploads, you're receiving activations, and you're receiving downloads. I call them push thoughts as well. And I've talked about push thoughts for many years. And for those of you who have had one-on-one sessions with me, you know about the push thoughts. When I'm doing the readings from the Akashic Records, I tell you to look out for push thoughts. Push thoughts are when you are totally in one state of consciousness. And all of a sudden, boom, this thought just comes in. And you go, I totally forgot about that. But see, these push thoughts are really here to help you remember who you are for real. And sometimes those push thoughts can come from something early in your life that maybe you achieved and you did and it made you feel good, or you accomplished something, or you did something for someone else, or you came to a certain path or understanding of a self-realization. You connect it with God. So usually a push thought is connected with the energy of God. Self-realization is the understanding of the God-Goddess consciousness, when you can realize yourself. And I'm not talking Sigmund Freud self. I'm talking about self-realization. When you realize that the world you're in is a world you've created. That's self-realization. And that anything that exists in that world that's out of discord, that is out of alignment with who you deem you to be, not just the I am, because the I am state of being is only one state of being. And I know we want to hold on to I am that I am, and it sounds so good when we're saying it, and it makes us feel powerful. And I do agree that there is power in that statement, and it does help ground you. But this is only getting to the root of who you are. And it is not an existing place where you can stay, or you will become stagnant. It's when you're standing on your square, when you have come to that point of self-realization. And when you have that push thought, and you have that God consciousness, the Christos that comes in, and you can feel it throughout your body, and you recognize that there is no need to waste time on anything that's out of alignment for you. Because all of the power to change, to recreate, to reinvent, you have. It's been inside of you. And it takes mere but the words of utterance for the change to happen. Nothing is holding you back from creating what you want. But we've been conditioned to think small. Small of ourselves, small of our lives, small in our relationships, small in our world, and small in our abilities. Let me tell you something interesting that I learned about fish. I've always been fascinated and really loved fish. And growing up, we always had fish tanks. Partially because that love for fish was there with me and my father. It was one of our bonding moments. Interesting enough, my father purchased me my first fish tank for me and my brother. And my father also purchased me my very first telescope to look at the stars and the planets, and really just my fascination with the sky and with the sea. But I was fascinating because one day we were going to get a fish tank. And I had picked out this very little small glass fish tank. And my father said, "No, we need to get a bigger fish tank." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because when you put the fish in this little fish tank, it will never grow to the size that the fish is capable of growing. And the reason for that is because it will only grow as far as it can perceive its environment." And I'm here to tell you that we have become too complacent about our environments. And we have made this our fish tank by thinking that we must stay in this little bubble. Because just like fish, will only grow past what they perceive their environment to be. We have been keeping ourselves mentally in the small environment because that's all we can conceive. We have to get to a place where we're able to walk that fine line, because there is a line in the sand, but we need to be able to get to the place where we can walk this fine line and understand that there is a fine line. See, because here's the thing that people, and I'm going to speak in general terms too. I don't want anyone to get their panties or their boxers in a bind tonight. This is not what this conversation is about. This is really about us connecting with each other and me sharing with you while working in the Akashic files and the readings I did all week, what some of the themes were coming through. And so we have become so complacent that as long as we can pay our bills, we have food to eat and a place to live, that's enough. And believe you me, everyone gets to do life the way that they want. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to question, where did you get that from? Because there's a duality of energy happening on the planet. You see, there are some individuals on the planet who have excelled in the material world very quickly, very fast. And so anything that money can buy and anything that they can think of, that they can conceive, less than 24 hours, they can have it. There's no limitation on their resources or their ability to make that happen. So they have gone far beyond what we are considering for most on the planet as the basics on the planet. So you get my drift when I say that there is two groups. Actually, there's a little bit more than two groups, but there's two groups there. So we're all constantly learning lessons and we're walking that fine line back and forth in between. And we already know we have a very estranged, most of us, relationship when it comes to money. I remember the first time that I said on Planet Remix years and years and years ago that money was God. Oh boy, hate mail, death threats, all kinds of things came out because of that one statement. Because we tend to think of anything in this material world as being something negative. And if you're loving, if you're kind, if you're spiritual, if you are a person of any of this sort, then you should want nothing to do with money. And that was just, quite frankly, the most ridiculous thing I had ever heard, but I understand it, and I understood where the person was coming from. But I say all of this to say, ask yourself that question. When it comes to you in your life, have you become too comfortable where you are? Have you become just too comfortable in thinking that everything is absolutely going to continuously be the same? Now, before you jump to answer, I know many of you have been studying, and many of you will say, of course, nothing stays the same, Ms. Blue. Everything change. I love change. Wait a minute. I'm not talking about changes like if someone were to tell you right now, you had to leave everything and move somewhere else. Not next week, not 10 months from now, not when you get that job, not when you get that relationship, not where you feel like you built your business where you want it to be, but you just had to do it. You okay with that? You okay with that? You could just, let's do it. I want you to explore these questions, not because I'm saying that it will come knocking at your door, but who knows? Who knows, right? Maybe. The reason you're going to explore this is so you can know where your fears lie, where you're playing small at, where you're settling because of someone else's guidelines and rules, and because of what the world may think of you, or what your family may think of you, or what, your friends may think of you, or what your, the groups you're connected to may think of you. If somehow you are in this pursuit of whatever that is that you have deep within yourself to be in pursuit of. Maybe, just maybe, because we're pondering these things again, maybe your life is the way that it is because you are simply too comfortable in being uncomfortable. And you just don't really, even though you talk about it, you really just don't want to do the work. Not really. You don't really want to do no work. And so it's easier to say that this is not what you want because you don't want to do the work to get what you want. See, I asked myself this question, and I have been asking myself really deeper versions of this question all week. I could easily look around and say, I'm so grateful, and I am so grateful, I'm so thankful. Now what? Now what? You got the house, you got the car, you got this, you got that, now what? Now what? So the point is to keep questioning, not other people. We know how to question other people. We know how to question other people to the fault. I'm talking about questioning yourself. Asking that question. Am I too comfortable with this friendship to the point where I have overstepped my boundaries? I have disrespected the people in my life, not including myself, but them that I care about, that I love, that I've become so comfortable that I don't really give a fuck about you. That comfortable? That I'm just going to do what I want to do, and I don't really care how you feel about it, because it's all about me. Don't care what you think. Don't care what you feel. It's about what I feel. It's about what I need. It's about what I want. And you got to figure out how to deal with you. Just some things to look at. There is some tests that's happening on the planet. And you can play dumb all you want. You can act like you didn't see that text message. You could act like you didn't see that bill that came to the house. You can act like you missed that damn phone call if you want. You can act like you didn't hear what they told you Thursday on the job. You can act like you in your own la la world. Notice I said act. Because at every point, every actor must come out of character. Some things to think about. The universe is sort of nudging you. We are all growing up on planet Earth. But some of us are not growing. We bullshitting. We have stunted our growth. We've stunted our own growth. We stunted it. We're not growing. And unfortunately, like we have high heels, you don't get high heels in life. You don't get to put on high heels and pretend you 5'9" or pretend you 5'7". You don't get to pretend. You are at the level you are at. But this month of September is about quantum. Look at y'all in the blue room. I love you guys. I'm gonna give everybody a shout out in a minute. But seriously, this is about being able to take a quantum leap. But how many of you, growing up, we used to play leapfrog? Anybody used to play leapfrog? Anybody know what the game leapfrog is? You know what it is when you take a leap? See, because when you take a leap, there is a good chance that you're going to bust your ass. You're going to jump and it's not going to go like you wanted it to go. You may not make it. We used to leap over puddles, but there was always that kid that ended up going to school with dirt and mud on the back of their pants because they didn't make it. They jumped, but they didn't make it. But it's time to take a leap. And it's time to really begin to start talking to yourself, because we're going to have a window of opportunity that's going to open up for us during this month. By the way, Galactic E-Files Volume 4 is available. If I haven't been able to say that, because I don't think we've done the show since I put it out, I would encourage you to get that and download, because there is some fire information in there. And this is the month that I am calling the month of the master student. Are you going to find out how you doing as a master student? And I know we got a lot of PhD, Planet Remix family members in the building that listen from all over the world. And anyone, if you know anyone who has studied to become a master student, they will tell you that ain't no joke. But listen, you finished your undergraduate degree. It doesn't mean you don't rely on the things that you've learned thus far. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that you will not take the things that you have experienced and you've learned to bring them forward. Just recognize that that is a part of your foundation. But now it's time to get into some different areas of study as a master student. As a master student. That means you've already graduated with your undergrad degrees. And if you haven't secured those undergrad degrees, it's time to take a look at those things in your life. Take a look at things within yourself and self-correct. Because now it's time to get into the master student role. It's time. It's time to get into the master student role. And I want to say thank you to our moderator, Lola Falana, for putting the link to the Galactic E-Files Volume 4 in the chat room. It's available for download. We will be doing the call later this month, and we will be pushing through. That call is going to be fire. It's going to be everything about the master student. We got some powerful energy every single month. Don't get me wrong. But it's about knowing when to take the leap. I give you some power days in there, and I did something a little different that I normally would say I wasn't going to do, but it really, Spirit showed me to put that in there. I told you some damn days to stay away from a lot of things. Like, these days are no days. Don't do it on this day. Why am I saying don't do it? You're free to do whenever you want. But I'm letting you know how the energy out here in these cosmic streets are tricky. They're tricky. They're tricky. I see Cardi B. Shouts out to Cardi B. Megan Thee Stallion dropped a song. I'm like, who gave you that date, boo? Because it's almost unheard of. You can either be like the salmon. You don't want to constantly be swimming against the current. We do a dance between ourselves and the cosmos, just like your energy does a dance with your aura, and just like your aura does a dance between you and the planet. You can work against things. You can work energetically against energy. Everything here is made out of energy. And even though the energy on your desk, on your phone, in your car seems like it's stagnant energy, this energy is forever moving and flowing. It has a currency in it. And if you get on the wrong side of that current, it's not going to be impossible, but it's going to be a struggle. You're going to be shadow boxing. You're going to be fighting in the dark. You're going to be working against the grain. Now, of course, some of it depends on your personal blueprint. But what if you got in the current? What if you got in the flow of the current? What if you and the current was kind of moving and grooving and gliding, in the same direction? If you've ever seen Priestess Tran and Classic Man doing their dance, shout out to the Divine Priestess, by the way. They are in flow. They are in sync with one another. They're not playing tug of war. One is not pulling and the other one pulling in the opposite direction. They are in a harmonious flow. You don't want to go against the current. You don't want to go against the flow. And I'm not talking about other people's flow. I'm talking about your flow. Your flow. That's the only flow that matters. That's the only current that matters. Who cares what my current is? Who cares what other people's current is? But also know we all line up with a universal current. We got a micro and a macro that's happening here. Yes, it's your world, but you are living within a world of a world that we all have agreed to come here to be a part of. And because of that, there are some universal laws that there's no getting around. I don't care how you try. I don't care what your belief is. I don't care what you think you buck in the system. I don't care what you think you're doing. It's going to show itself somewhere in your life. I want to say thank you to Mermaid. Let me get this. Let me get this. Is this the Melanin Mermaid? Did I get the name? No, the Millionaire Mermaid. Shouts out to the Millionaire Mermaid for that super chat donation. And I want to say thank you because many of you guys have been leaving super chat donations to Planet Remix. And I want to thank you for doing that as well. And I want to welcome you all in. Ebony says, in the immortal words of Nino Brown, motherfuckers always trying to skate uphill. Yes. Listen. I couldn't agree more. Sometimes we do got to skate uphill, but hey, listen, if I can skate downhill, I'm going to take that hill. That's the hill I'm going with. That's the hill I'm going to be skating on. I'm going with the flow. But I want to do some shots out and I do want to get the likes up. I want to say thank you to everyone. Let's get those likes up so our soul family can find us. It's more than 130 people in the building, in the Blue Room. And by the way, no phone lines tonight. It's just me. It's just us. It's just us one-on-one. I am going to be taking your questions. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but I want to get some Blue Room shots out. Let's get some vibes. And listen, I have something here. Let me tell me if you all can hear this. Just make you feel so good. Do y'all hear that? I've been working with sending out a lot of energy and ashe to the ancestors, blessings to the ancestors. I've been sending out so much love and healing light, and that energy is here. I really hope that all of you guys are really taking in that energy, like really taking it into your soul, into your heart. You're going outside and listen, if you don't have anybody to talk to, I've been doing this for eons. Go outside and talk to the stars. Talk to the stars. Talk to the moon. Talk to the sun. Talk to the skies. You can do that. You can even talk to the waters as well. You understand? You're putting that energy out. But we're gonna do some super chat donations, but I want to let you all know this is my heart rattle. And let me tell you what's inside this rattle. It's a heart. A beautiful, handcrafted heart. And inside of this heart is peridot, the crystal peridot. And years and years and years ago, we used to go on shopping trips. If you know, then you know. On Planet Remix, we would go shopping, and we would go shopping for crystal and jewelry. And we would go to sites and we would go shopping, and I would show you crystals and I would tell you how you can use the crystal and what it was used for in ancient times. And peridot, when I discovered the crystal peridot, I fell madly in love with the energy of peridot because it's so powerful. It's so powerful. And, I do also want you to know that this heart I use during my energy sessions and also when I'm sending you guys out energy, because this is my medicine bag, at least one of them. So I want you to take that in. Just let that come into your heart. I wanted to give you that because the month of September is also a very strong month of frequencies and sounds that's coming in. I also have my sistrum here, my sistrum rattle, and this is my Het Haru, my Hathar sistrum rattle that actually was handcrafted and made by an artisan in Egypt. And I'm going to play a little bit of this because it's just, I'll let it speak for itself. Yeah. So this is my Hathar sistrum, and it is a replica that was made exactly and from the base of the ones that they found at the sacred sites in ancient Egypt from hundreds of thousands of years ago. And I really, really love the vibration of this. And I've been working with it. It's so powerful. I trust that you can feel and you can hear those frequencies coming in. And you know, the beautiful thing about our energy center, it knows what to take where it needs. I see so many of you saying you could feel it in your crown chakra, in your ears. Others are saying in your root chakra. Some of you are saying you can feel it in your heart. And some of you are saying in your solar plex. Some of you are saying you had some pain and it's sort of kind of went straight to the pain, and it's just sort of alleviating the pain in your physical body and just sort of calming you down. Know that we are intelligent beings. Our cells are, working in unison for your highest good and with your highest good. And guess what? It's bringing all things into alignment. So now, with all of that being said, and shouts out to Beth of Witches Win for the medicine bag there. Just some beautiful things. Just want to give a big shout out because I absolutely love this little heart. I'll take some pictures. I'll also show you guys as well and let you see this. I have several sistrums. This is my most recent one. I have quite a few of them, but I am falling madly in love with this one as well. So let's get some shots out. I definitely want to do this because this is an all-time favorite. Shouts out to Self-Invested and everyone who's a part of the Self-Invested workshop. Past, present, and future. Self-Invested. And it's almost that time for Self-Invested. I will start sending those notifications. I told you guys, thank you so much for your patience. I'm going to get to that. And I will give it to you. Do you know I have been ringing that Self-Invested bell for over a decade, over 10 years? Over 10 years. Over 10 years. Self-invested. Wow. So I'm going to put on a little bit of music and then we're going to do some shouts out. By the way, shouts out to all of our international listeners in the building. I know I haven't done international shouts out, but we all know you're here. I see you on the downloads, coming back in and listening. We're a live show, but you know, the live shows then become available for you to be able to listen no matter where you are in the world. I want to give a very, very big and special shout out to Priestess Nadra, the House of Nadra. She's an amazing priestess. She's an amazing part of Self-Invested, everything that we do on Planet Remix, but she's incredible in her own right. She's a fashion designer that designs some clothes that is out of this world. She's an amazing teacher. She's a visionary as well and a creator. And talk about being in your divine essence of feminine power. Priestess Nadra really embodies this. She's a vegan chef and she has a talk about chef's kiss. If you are on the East Coast, her restaurant out of this world. Listen, you have never tasted food so good for your mind, your body, and your spirit until you have tasted some of Priestess Nadra's food. An incredible dancer, amazing mother, life partner. I could go on and on and on, but she has definitely been recognized and she has participated in a lot of festivals when it comes to fashion design and even taught at the Fashion Institute, you know, and she is so creative. She is creative. She is a creatress. Listen, a creatress in every shape, form, and fashion. And I know she was just honored. She's constantly being honored, but she's achieved so many accomplishments. And every time she does, she gives so much to the community. She gives so much to the soul group. She gives so much to everyone who comes in contact with her. She's a healer. And if you look at her pieces, it will definitely heal you. And I know often I'm watching her when she's preparing for these fashion shows, preparing for these runway shows and things she's doing, and really just want to own pieces of her clothing and just see more about what she's doing. And I just want to say that because I know recently I just seen her being honored in a magazine, and just for her work and her contribution she is still continuously making and growing all over the world. So I just want to let you know, Priestess Nadra, I seen that, and often, like many of you guys, soon as I open my phone, boop, it's there. I don't get a chance to be on social media as much as I sometimes would like to. But when I see those things and they're there, I definitely just want to send some love her way. So let's give her some big love. Big love. Also, I want to say happy born day to everyone celebrating their born day during the month of September. And also, we got Geo in the building, and literally on the East Coast is Geo's birthday. On the West Coast, he's still got a little bit of time. In the central part of the world, he got about close to 50 plus minutes. But anyway, happy born day, Gio. And if you guys don't know Gio, he is the amazing brother. I first came in contact with Gio in Astro Magic on Clubhouse, and he dove right into Planet Remix. Just want to send him so much love and joy as well. Big part of Planet Remix, big part of always diving in and helping out. An amazing spiritual teacher as well. So sending Gio so much love. I also want to give out love you too, Gio. Happy born day. Ooh, you don't want to look at Gio's hands. I think that's how we met. I was giving Gio a reading. I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who is in the building right here? But he has some beautiful, beautiful energy. And beautiful healing energy as well. So happy born day to you, Gio, and happy birthday to your mama. Happy born day. Happy born day to her. You get the birthday, she get the born day. To both of you. Sending you both so much love. Love you both. Now, I also want to give a very special shout out. Like, this is a moment. Because Goddess Rainwater is in the building, was just talking about her. And she is with Eb. She's with Ebony. And I have talked about them so much. They are a big part of my journey. I will forever be grateful to these two sisters. Because when I first started out looking for myself, because I wasn't as wise and smart as many of you to realize I was in the midst of an awakening and all of these things that we were in. But I really was then and still am to some degree on that quest of understanding more about who I am. And when I came in contact, and actually it was through Brother Panic, but let me go one step further back through Brother Bobby. Let me go one step further back, Brother Ogun. Let me go another step further back. If I keep going back, because I can keep going back to a sister named Bunny and a sister named Ursa Mayat that I met in a chat group with some poets. Let me give a big shout out to Brother U of Dr. U360. I could go on and on and on, but that's going to take you guys back a good 15, 16 years. It's been a minute. But I want to say to Goddess Rainwater, powerful, powerful sister. And also to the sister Ebony, powerful, powerful. You want to talk about some magic makers on the planet. These two sisters, really, really have been very instrumental in my path, helping to keep me grounded, really sort of showing me what's possible and being able to lead by example. Example. That's important, to lead by example. And also to be there whenever I needed them. And I would love to say that I've also been there when they've needed me. And so it doesn't matter. Whenever we come together, we could not have talked for a minute, but whenever we come together, we pick back up where we left off. And I've learned so much from them about what real magic is. I'm not talking hocus pocus that you see in the movies. I'm talking about magic to create the life that you want. And really, I want to give a very big shout out to Rain, because I will say Rain was the first person that I seen. Now, maybe I didn't get a chance to see that was up close and personal, connected with me, that was walking the walk of the talk that she was doing. She wasn't faking her life. She wasn't pretending her life. She was living it. She was about this life for real. Hands down. Like, no shade, no cap. I'm not pretending. You catch me on Monday, I'm going to be this way. And if you catch my ass on Sunday, I'm going to be this way. And I'm not fixing to dress to make you feel better. I'm not fixing to hide what I know to make you comfortable. I'm not getting ready to talk a certain way to make you feel better. And I'm not just going to do things because everybody else is doing it. And oh, by the way, did I mention I know my fucking magic? Rain, hands down. Like I said, her and Ebony led by example. That was my example of be who you are. Be who you are. Be who you are. You don't have to change, Blue. You ain't got to talk like other people. You ain't got to dress up. You ain't got to go around saying Hotep, or you ain't got to go around saying blessings. You ain't got to, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's who you are. But be who you are. And Ebony, unapologetic to let you know, I got the brains, I got the beauty, and I got the magic. And I can operate in any dimension you put my ass in. You want me to go to work? You want me to operate in this professional world? I got you. You need me to be that chick that I am growing up in the city from New York? Oh, I got you. I'm that. Oh, you want to do some magic? Oh, I can take you real deep. I can do it all. And then I can come home. I can cook. I can clean. I can take care of my child. And I can go out on the weekend and I can have some fun. They showed me that. They showed me that in real life. See, it's one thing to think about these things in your life. It's another thing when you see it in front of you. When you see it for real. When you are connected with someone and you like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Talk to you on Monday. Talk to you on Tuesday. Talk to you on Wednesday. You the same. You the same. You're gonna give me you every time. That doesn't mean you don't grow. That doesn't mean you don't change your perspective. That doesn't mean you don't even change what you feel to be true at the moment. But that means that you're honest and you're true enough to be who you are. You're not trying to be somebody else. You being you. So there is no limit. We can talk about anything. We can do the thing. Real and authentic in their love, in their care, in their support, as well as having the values and the integrity in the work. That's hard to find. That's hard to see. And this is before social media just blew up like it was. Because now everyone gets to pretend. It is Disney World has left. You know why we don't care about Disney anymore? Because social media is now Disney. You get to dress up and be whoever you want to be. When you go into these different places on social media, you are entering into different dimensions and vortex. And everybody in there is doing all kinds of things. So I would encourage you, hang out where people are really being who they are, whether you like it, not like it, respect it. One thing you won't walk away saying is, damn, that was some real shit. That was real. That was real. Melissa said, who let Ms.Blue take a nap? You know, that's so funny you say that, Melissa. I didn't. Maybe that's what I needed. I needed a nap. I needed a nap, Melissa. I didn't get to take one today. And Gio, you missed the update because I gave you... Yes. Clubhouse has changed. And I ain't mad at him. Because I don't know what everybody else was saying. But those of you who remember when I first got on Clubhouse, I used to say, don't follow me. I don't believe in followers. We're making a connection here. Y'all remember that? Go to the green Monopoly house up at the top. Well, now the owners are saying, this is not about followers, it's about friends. How many of us have them? Listen. Ebony said, y'all come to the sty and I'm going to take y'all over by the projects. Listen, she will. Come over to Bed-Stuy. And by the way, if you guys don't know, I'm a Brooklyn girl. Born and raised in Brooklyn, so I love it. Anywho, I had to give a 2 shots out to them. I could really go down the list for each and every single one of you and really share with you how you've made an impact in my life. So I'm always forever grateful when you guys are sharing things with me of how I've impacted your life and Planet Remix, because each one of you, whether I meet you in a reading or whether we talk on the phone or, in a session, whether we're in Astro Maverick, on Clubhouse, wherever I see you in the cosmic streets, whether it's on IG or, whether it's, on the phone line, in a workshop, in a class, in self-invested, you all have made an impact on me. And I'm going to say 99.9% of you, it has been an amazing impact. Some of you I can do without. That's just life. But you have taught me a lesson. I promise you, you have. I think those are some amazing odds. 99.9%. Like, who can say that? Who can say that? But some people know what they say. If you're not pissing some people off, you ain't doing something right. I don't necessarily go by that. My intention is not to piss you off. But what I won't do is I'm not going to stop being me to make you feel comfortable. No. And I don't need you to stop being you. I need us all to be who we are. We talked about that. So, yeah. So, wow. Did we even get to the shout outs? We didn't. We didn't get to the shout outs. We did. The 1% crying in the club. Summer Walker as we speak. Oh, listen, we could do a whole show on that. I can't talk about it now, but I don't worry. Don't worry. I got some stuff. I'm going to be able to talk about it too. Infinite says, I can do magic. I bet you can. Don't make me sing that song. No, I won't sing it. I maybe I do need a nap. Melissa said I need a nap. I need a nap. But anyway, let's talk about how the telepathic communication is going to go. Oh. Where is my beloved sister that have sent me the most amazing high frequency? Is 2 of them pictures from around the world. You guys know I love pictures of skies. If you ever go on a trip, send me a picture. Zara went to Greece. She sent me the pictures. Whenever I travel, I take the pictures. Not going to tell you what I use it for, but just give me rights. I'm not selling them, but I am sharing them, if that makes sense. But anywho, from Hawaii. Oh my goodness. The pictures, and it's from her front yard. The sister, Ipoliani. I don't want to say her name wrong. It is amazing. It is so amazing. These pictures are breathtaking. They are certainly National Geographic ready. They are National Geographic ready. And you get a chance to feel the essence of the energy and the frequency that is on the island. I love it. And then recently, if you heard our Astro Magic talk in Clubhouse, the sister Donna, who is she's in the Capri Islands. I think that's where she is. She sent me some pictures. Some pictures, and even in the sky. Did you guys know that recently you could see Saturn in the sky? Oh my gosh. You could see Saturn. Literally, you could see Saturn in the sky. Amazing. But she sent me some beautiful, beautiful pictures. That is amazing. I got to pull out my telescope. My daddy gave me that telescope when I was young. I still have it. But I need to just get back out there. It's one thing. I love to look with the naked eye. But it's just something when you get a telescope and you get to just really get to see the sky for what it is. All right. So let's do some more shots out. I feel like it's a couple of more people I need to just kind of give some extra little love to. But I meant that about the 99.9%. Love you. Love you. And even that 1% love you too. It's just got to be from a distance. We got to learn how to form healthy boundaries. And I think sometimes social media makes you think that people can't reach out and touch your ass when you're doing some real to the left stuff. And I don't like to come on and talk about that, but I wouldn't be who I am if I wasn't real about it. And you got to kind of not have borders, right? Not have walls, but you got to have boundaries. And those boundaries have to start with you. And I'm just telling you, everybody gets to be crazy 3 times in their life. I learned that lesson from Queen Linda, Brother Bobby's queen. And she told me that 3 years ago. She said, Blue, I realized that, people lose their mind. And sometimes I give them 3 chances. You get 3 times to lose your mind in this life. And people are crossing people's personal boundaries. And it's not okay. And if you think you can hide behind a name, or you can hide behind an email, or you can hide behind something, energy just doesn't work like that. And so I want you all to, just be mindful sometimes when you're only focused on what you want, that you realize that other people get a right to have what they want. And sometimes, not always, it might not be what you want. But you can't force somebody to connect with you who doesn't want to connect with you. You shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. In the wise words of my mother, don't never want something that don't want you. Don't do it. Just stop it. It's not that serious. And I'm not talking about the star serious. But every now and again, Brother Bobby taught me this too. You got to have that conversation with people. Because just like people can go fool with religion, some of y'all can go fool with spirituality. So we got to make sure that as much work as we're doing to elevate, we're doing that much work to ground ourselves. Yeah, we got to do that much work to ground ourselves as well. I learned that from Rain and Ebony. Yeah. And if you can't get grounded, there's some ways that folks can help you ground yourself out here. And you might not like it. I'm just saying. Don't be scared. Just be careful. Make sure you're setting healthy boundaries for yourself and not allowing this spirituality thing to take you into this place where you are losing your mind. Okay. You can get some support. And get you some support. Ebony. You know what? That's right. That's right. That's right. You got to learn how to say no as much as you learn how to say yes. As much as you learn how to say yes. You know? All right. So, we're going to do shots out because I want everybody to... Did I tell y'all about the Galactic E-Files? I just would forget. So I just want to make sure. Yeah, Ebony is the flamethrower. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Let's get those likes up. Well over 150 in the blue room. Let's get those likes up. I'm going to play a little bit of music, but I want you to tell me what state, what city, what country you are representing. Lots of international people in the building tonight. Want to welcome you all into Planet Remix. And also want to let you all know that guess what? Tonight, it's just me and you. It's just me and you. This is a Blue Room exclusive. No phone lines tonight. We will be taking telepathic calls, though. We're going to talk about that when we come back. If you haven't dove into the Galactic E-Files Volume 4, and it also comes with a call. We're going to do a call later this month. I'm going to give you a channeled message. And that channeled message, I kind of cringe when I tell you the channeled message, because then y'all all gonna act like this. You know, I'm gonna just keep it a surprise. I'm going to keep it a surprise this month. I'm going to keep it a surprise because it's a good one. It's always a good one. But I'm going to tell you where most of the energy is coming from, how we can tap into the energy as well. Okay, so I know. Thank you, Keisha. Keisha said, I'm from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, while you are supposed to be doing the shots out and you talking again. So here we go. We're going to play a little bit of music. Let's listen to, what is this? We're going to listen to Sexy, Kinky, Saucy, because I just kind of feel that kind of vibe coming in right now. So we're going to hear a little bit of that, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about taking some telepathic calls. Here we go. We're going to give some shots out, and you're going to tell us where you're from, where you're calling in from, what city? What state? We're going to give a big shout out to Sammy, who is calling in from South Carolina. Welcome on in, Sammy. So good to see you. Brittany Vibes is in the house, always bringing the vibes. Infinite Blueprint is calling in from Clarksville. Interesting place, Infinite, Tennessee. Welcome on in. The House of Nadra, Priestess Nadra Cott representing Boston in the building. Miss Laverne Cheesecake in the building. Welcome in. Priestess Trin, just was talking about you, Priestess. You and Classic Man representing Maryland. We have Alori representing Indiana. And of course, kicking it in the kitchen with Queenie representing Wisconsin. It used to take me a while to get those syllables together. You know, that happens when you're not native to this planet, but that's a whole nother story. Kicking it in the kitchen with Queenie. Welcome on in. So good to have you in the building. We have Davina representing Columbus, Ohio. Lola Falana, one of our moderators in the building, representing Chicago. Michelle is representing Georgia. Tish is representing South Carolina. Welcome on in. And let's see, Glinda says, Ms.Blue, if you have a new boo, just say that. I love you, Glinda. Let's go to Baked chemistry wait, hold on. I gotta stop this. Have you all checked out baked chemistry? I'm just gonna say this. You might wanna just, take your little finger, highlight baked chemistry, go over to IG, and you're gonna wanna put that in the search engine, and you're gonna wanna follow. But it comes with some warning. No one calls themselves baked chemistry for no reason. So you've been warned, because her food, her desserts, out of this world. It truly is a baked chemistry. And I'm telling you, every time I look at something, I just want to, I want to do what Prince and his sister did. I just want to look at the picture and I just want to call it to me. So I just wanted to tell you that. Shouts out to baked chemistry representing Surprise. And yes, that's a place. Surprise, Illinois. And of course, we got Geo telepathically calling in from the city of angels, spoken like a true angel. Happy born day for September the 9th to Geo, representing California. Miss Laverne Cheesecakes is representing Chicago, Illinois. Christine is representing the Bay. What just happened? Why did the whole thing jump? Where did Christine go? Okay, hold on, Christine. I got to keep up. Miss April Daniels is representing the South Side of Chicago. Mastermind 007, love that name, representing Arizona. Hold on. We're going to get the music back. Let's go. Where did I leave off? Baked chemistry, mastermind. This is because y'all putting so much. Come on. Y'all know I can't keep up. I done lost my place. Let me go back. Purple Dove is representing Boston. Amira is representing the 6, Toronto. And Shiva is in the house representing one of my favorite places, Durham, North Carolina. Welcome in. And Glenda is representing New Jersey by way of Philly in the building. We got Phoenix Nebula, one of the most incredible artists on the planet. We got quite a few avant-garde artists in the building. Shouts out to Phoenix, representing New Orleans, baby. Welcome on in, Phoenix. So good to see you. Miss Rich, representing Virginia. Welcome on in. Let me see where I left off. I'm all over the place right now. Let me see. I love you guys too. Who's apologizing to me? What happened? What I miss? I guess I don't want to know what I missed. Let's see. I gotta spell this name. Hatoviah, representing Liverpool, the UK. Welcome on in. Listen, I done missed half of you. It's more than 150 people in the building. I want to welcome you all in. Welcome all in. They have all kinds of conversations going on. I absolutely love it. Melissa is representing Rio, Nevada. Welcome in. Uplifting Sunshine is representing New Orleans as well. We got NO in the building. Welcome on in. Who else? We got Griffin representing Jamaica in the building. Welcome on in, Griffin. We have Matthew representing the UK, holding it down for the UK. Welcome. Let me see. Who did I miss? Oh, y'all have so many conversations going on. It's time for us to get to the telepathic stuff. Big ups, Kingston, Jamaica. That's right, Griffin. Daytona, Florida is in the building. Who else? A lot of Chicago in the house tonight. Welcome in. I know, you guys. I know. What are y'all? Queens, New York is in the building. Welcome on in. Vegas, Wizza is here representing Vegas. Okay, so now this is what we're going to do. I am going to take your calls telepathically. And also, I'm going to be taking your calls out of the Blue Room. So in between answering your questions from the Blue Room, I'm also going to answer your telepathic calls. Okay? And you'll know because I'm going to tell you it is a telepathic call that I'm going to answer. So if you have a call, Sheila is in the building. Welcome, Sheila. So good to see you. And we're going to go from there. Lola Falana said, I'm ready. I know that's right. Lola Falana stays ready. Welcome on in. You're so excited. Me too. I'm so excited. Formerly known as Galactic Sea, I am. Oh, Alchemist Maya Channeler was Galactic Sea. Okay, welcome on in. Love the name as well. Alchemist Maya Channeler. I love that. The vibration of this energy, has a lot to do with spiritual alchemy. So I love that for the month of September. Beautiful. Astronaut Warrior in the building. Welcome on in. Okay, so put your questions in chat and I'm going to be answering and taking your questions. And then we're going to do some telepathic questions. We're going to do some telepathic questions as well. You are so welcome. I love that name. I absolutely love it. I do. Now, if y'all don't have any questions, that'll work. I have to wait for y'all to catch up. Will we marry one another when? Will we marry one another when? We're going to try to make this rapid fire. Here's the thing. When you say, will we marry one another when? The absolute answer to that question is going to be yes. You will marry one another when. Now, when you talk about marrying someone else or two unions coming together, I want us to step outside of the guidelines of what society says marry. Because when we think about the word marry itself, marry speaks to be merry, as in to be happy, as is to be filled with joy. So technically, if you have a relationship with someone and you are in that relationship, it is one where you are happy, you are filled with joy, and you are making a connection. Truth be told, you are married together. You are not just, you are married energetically together. This is why a lot of times when we're in relationships with people, And sometimes, no matter what caused that relationship to either separate or to go our separate ways, we still feel a very strong connection with that person. Some of the best bonds that we build with people in our lives is when we're laughing and when we're in times of joy, when we're really deep into conversation, and when we go beneath the surface and we're able to be our authentic self and express who we are unapologetically, and to really honor that within each of us and really make a bond based on the fact that we are really being who we are, and we're filled with joy, and we're laughing, and we're filled with joy. We are merry. We are having a good time. We are enjoying one another. So the answer is yes, yes, yes. The answer is yes, you will marry when you recognize being in a connection or being in a relationship with someone. It doesn't mean that you own them and they own you, but that you two do truly enjoy each other. And you enjoy each other so much that those times when things are very joyful, when they're filled with life and they're filled with happiness, that you maintain that same love, honor, and respect when there are trying times, when there are growing times, when there are learning times, and you can be there to support one another as you both continue on your journey together, whether that be you grow together or whether that is you cherish the times you've been connected and you both decide to continue to move on, or whatever that may mean. Whatever that may mean, you are building a bond. You are building a energetic ring, a connection with one another. You are married to each other. So many of us are married to people in our lives that maybe we never thought about, that we're actually married to this person because of the respect and the bond that we have with each other. So there you go. Will you marry when? Someone asked about spirit guides, and they wanted to know how many spirit guides. The total number of spirit guides that you have right now is a total of 11 spirit guides. When 11 spirit guides come, it is preparing you for entering into a new chapter. It's kind of like reading a book. And you know how if you've ever been laying in the bed, because I do this often, and when you're laying in the bed and you're sitting there laying in the bed, but you know you need to go to sleep, but you have the book and you just cannot put it down. Like you seriously can't put it down. And you turn the page and you realize, I need to finish this chapter because the next page I am entering into a new chapter. A new chapter. Will I complete this page? Because I don't want to wake up tomorrow, come back tomorrow evening, pick up the book, and have to finish this chapter. I want to complete this chapter now. So when 11 spirit guides come, they're letting you know it's time to get things in order. It's time for you to start preparing because you're about to get ready to enter into a new chapter. So close out the things you need to close out. Make some decisions about things you need to make decisions about because you're getting ready to get into a new chapter. All right. It's time. I don't know what I'm going to use. I think I'll use this. It's time for a telepathic call. It's time for a telepathic call. So I'm going to get ready. I'm going to tell you what the telepathic call is. And I'm going to tell you what the telepathic call is, and then I'm going to answer your telepathic call. So here's the telepathic call. That's right. Ring, ring, ring. I need a ring sound tone. Let me go find a telephone ringtone, because we need to get all the theatrics in here. We need to be opening up our third eye. We need to be opening our third eye even brighter than it is right now. So let me get a telephone. Let me get some ring, ring. Let me get some ring, ring, ring up in here. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I know it's a minute, but give me a minute. Let me see. Okay. I think I found, let's see. Do we want old school, or do we want new age? I think we want a old school. I think we want old school. Let's just go old school. Just for the, just for the fun of it all. Oh no, that's too old school. No, we don't like that ring. We're not answering that. We need something else. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got one. There we go. Whew. Okay, let's get the telepathic ringtone. Okay. Hello? Okay. I see. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to put you on hold for just a moment so I can definitely, I got to, yeah. Okay. Here we go. All right. So here we go. This is the caller's question, and I'm so glad you asked this question, and I'm going to be able to give you this answer. So the person is letting me know that what had happened, and I'm going to try to give you guys the skinny on it. But what actually has happened is that they recently lost their job. But here's the thing. They had already put in a 2-week notice, and they were getting ready to transfer to another department because it wasn't that they didn't like where they were working. They just needed a change. But what happened is they postponed the transfer, and basically on the job told them that the reason that they were postponing the transfer was because they were getting ready to make some adjustments in different departments. Well, when they came back, they found out that the transfer had been canceled, and they ended up losing their job. The whole department was let go. So their question is, because they were told if they wanted to go to the new department that they had put the transfer in, should they reapply all over again like a brand new employee because they lost all of their, tenure, or should they just look for a job somewhere else? All right. So here's what I'm picking up. Number one, stop saying you lost the job, because you already knew that you wanted to leave that department. And because you were getting ready to leave that department, truly you didn't lose a job. You really put something out into the universe. How powerful are you? And it happened faster than you even thought. But what you did not solidify was your intention of what you really wanted. Because even though you were going to this other department, it's not 100% that this is where you wanted to go. this is not where you really wanted to go. It just was another option. So I would say to you, really take all of your options and make sure that you are applying for jobs that you're really excited about and that you really enjoy, and use this time, because you're going to get paid, you're going to get compensated, to really start thinking about where you want to go. You actually have more options available to you now than ever before, and you can't forget that. You actually have more options available to you than ever before, and I want you to know that. Yeah. Okay. So, let's take another telepathic call. Here we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand. Yes, I certainly understand. Okay, so this is a situation, you guys, that is dealing with relationships. And of course, we know that this can be very, very tricky sometimes. And this situation that is actually happening is, so let me give you the skinny without making this a long drawn out story, because trust me, it's a pretty lengthy story. But I want to answer your telepathic question. And so the question is, a woman comes home from work and she's at her man's house, right? And she goes in, they sit down, he cooks dinner for her. And as he's cooking dinner for her, he tells her that he had a really long day at work. And so he actually, he actually didn't cook dinner for her, but he did tell her he had a very long day at work. And he felt a little stressed out, and that what he did was pick them up some food on the way home. And he said he picked up some food, and he's just going on about how horrible this day was for him. And he said when he got home, he realized that the food that he picked up, when he got it home, it wasn't any good. So he then called Uber Eats. And after he called, and I'm trying to keep up with your telepathic story. So once he called Uber Eats says to him, well, hey, we can send someone out. The restaurant is about to close because at this time it's pretty late. But we can get that food out to you. He's stressing to them how, he's telling them basically, he's telling his wife what he basically is telling her. How he went, picked up this food, the food was no good, yada, yada, yada. So anyway, of course, she is the wife who called in, or the girlfriend. I don't know if she's the wife or the girlfriend, but anyway, she is telling him she's really sorry, but she thanks him for going out of his way and, picking up the food and making sure she had something to eat, and and she's definitely going to make it up to him, and all of this. So she said after they ate dinner, she then goes into the bathroom to get ready to take a shower. And as she goes into the bathroom to get ready to take a shower, she noticed a pair of panties on the floor that is not hers. So immediately she comes out the bathroom and is like, what? What is this? And he says, what are you talking about? And she says, these are not These are not mine. Who underwears are these? And he then says, they're not mine. I don't know. I mean, when the girl came to bring the Uber food, she did say she had to use the bathroom. And I mean, since the food was good, I let her use the bathroom. So her question to me is, should she believe him?
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Should she believe him or not?
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
And hold on, y'all. The question is, should she leave him?
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
And I told her, I think you should have a serious
show now. Press 1.
Serious conversation.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds.
A
4,
serious
3,
conversation.
2, 1.
And really, really figure out what really happened. What really happened. So, thank you to my spirit guides, because I said my thing that I would say to you is, number one, he let a stranger, this is what Squirrel is saying, in the house. Not only are you letting a stranger in the house, you're letting them into your sacred space, the bathroom. And what else did she do? If she could leave a whole pair of panties in here, what else did she do when she was in here? Because that would have meant that she came out the bathroom with no panties. So I haven't actually answered your telepathic call, but you are free to call in, because the spirit guides have made a way, and they said, Ms.Blue, these telepathic calls is getting a little hot in here. We gonna need to get them on the phone lines. So the phone lines are open. You guys are free to call in to ask your question. 515-605-9794 is the number to call. International callers, definitely get on the phone lines. Press 1 once you get on the phone line to ask your question, and we will go from there. We will go from there. It's not the first time we had juicy questions here, but you know what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. I know. So you guys are on the phone lines. We're going to go to the phone lines because, listen, listen, I want y'all to say these things. Yeah, them telepathic call volumes was high. It sure was, Brittany. Them volumes are real high. Let's go to the caller calling in from area code 8729. 8729, you're live on Planet Remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Greetings, everyone. This is Miss Laverne's Cheesecake. Calling from Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, you ain't the telepathic caller, are you? You not the last caller, are you? No, I'm messing with you. I know you're not. Yes. How are you?
I'm awesome and I'm nervous.
Why?
I'm awesome and I'm nervous. Because I've been having some very, how can I say, spiritual experiences. Mm-hmm. And I just want to know about my spirit guides, basically, pertaining to myself and how we're networking, because I want us to be in one accord.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And when you say you want to know about your spirit guides, tell me and it's hard to hear you for whatever is going on in the background.
I'm going outside right now. It takes me some time to get down my stairs.
Okay.
I apologize.
Take your time now. Don't hurt yourself.
Oh, believe me.
Yeah, take your
Me
time.
fighting this case is something else. I would ask about that, but now I don't want to do that. I'm just nervous. I got a lot of court cases and stuff coming up.
I can see
So
that.
I just want to know, am I really on the right path with my spirit guides and us working together with what I need to get accomplished, what I want to get accomplished?
I'm going to tell you this answer, and I'm sure you don't want to hear this. Yes and no. So here's the thing. When you're working with your spirit guides, I want you to answer this question first, because I think you will respect it. And I talked about this earlier for yourself when you hear this play back to you. So the first thing I want to ask you is, I want you to share with me how you're working with your spirit guides. Tell me what that looks like for you, working with your spirit guides.
Okay. I don't really sleep often, but what I do, I'm like on a time capsule with it. So between the hours of 2 to like 4:30 a.m., anytime I get up at that time, I always say a prayer. May it please thee, O Jehovah, to prosper my ways, steps, and doings, that my steps be fully amplified, and my wishes be granted on this day for thy great praise and worthy name. Amen, 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 Salah. Now, I do that prayer, and then I sometimes, but not every day, because I be in pain a lot from the accident. So sometimes I'll go downstairs and I'll stand at the altar. If I'm still in the bed, I'm praying and I'm laying there and I'm talking to my ancestors, who are my father, my nephew. You know, a lot of people that have passed, like, along my bloodline. And from what I've seen in my dreams as far as my past life, I also communicate in those areas. I've done talismans for all the angels that network with me. Lilith, Michael, Gabrielle, Anuel, Samael, Sakiel, you know, all the angels for the day of the week.
Yeah, you're telling me
for the day and time that I was born.
All of that is beautiful, but that's you just telling me how you are praying in your way of how you pray, which I think is powerful. You're telling me how you acknowledge the ancestors and pay respect, which I think is beautiful. You're telling me how you are just, again, acknowledging them, but you're not telling me how you're working with them, because that's totally different. I didn't hear how you're working with them.
Oh, okay. Well, now I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay.
I mean, I work with the plants. I've done candles before. Like I said, I do talismans. So
but wait a minute. Stop for a minute. Stop for a minute.
I apologize.
No. Please stop apologizing. It's nothing to apologize for. I just want you to tell me how you work with your spirit guides.
I guess my heart and my mind, my spirit.
You said what now?
My heart, my mind, my spirit. Sometimes I just don't say nothing at all, and I just think.
Okay. Well, let me and listen to me good. It's nothing wrong with what you're doing. I think that's wonderful, and I think it should be a part of your practice, because you totally lit up as soon as you were saying everything that you do. That is powerful. But this is what I want you to do. Total number of spirit guides that you have working with you is 13. Now, 13 is the number connected to the divine feminine energy, right? 13 is also a very auspicious number. If we study this energy of the number 13, this is really where the change come in, and not to disrespect anybody's culture or religion, because we're not that here. We work with all the systems of light on the planet. At least I do. So I will tell you the 13, that's why Jesus had the 12 disciples. He was the 13th. Right. You have 13 spirit guides. And when you're working with spirit guides, and even when you're working with ancestors, key things to remember, no one is here to live your life for you. That's not their purpose, not to live the life. Number 2, to remember that everything that you're working with, you embody that energy inside of you. So a big part of that is not to separate yourself from them, but to recognize that all of it exists inside of you. And what you're really doing is you're calling forth that power within yourself. And you're also asking the ancestors, you're asking your spirit guides, God, the universe, for clarity so that you can hear this insight and which way your soul is calling you. And so even though I speak to you in terms of you're working with your spirit guides, I want you to understand that, yes, our soul does live beyond this body. I know that from the time that I've been working and the evidential mediumship that I have brought forth for many of you here. And if you're new, you can check the archives on that. But the best way to work with your spirit guides is to give them specific instructions. Number 1, set an intention before you even give the instructions. And then first wait for the connection. So for instance, you could say, that I'm in a lot of pain. And I really want to ask my spirit guides to send me some solutions. And I want you to send me a sign today when I wake up. The moment you cut on your television or you walk down the street and you happen to see a billboard or a bus goes by and it has a number and a sign on there, and it is speaking to a solution to what you have asked for to get some sort of insight, you have made connection with your spirit guide. So you have to get very specific when working with your spirit guide on this. It's not about you thinking at all. You're not going to think. And you can even get real wild with it. You can simply say to your spirit guides, if Ms.Blue says, test it out. And I encourage you all, question everything, starting with yourself. But test it out and say, I really want to know if my spirit guides are with me. If my spirit guides are with me, then when I'm walking down the street today, going into the store, I want to see a rubber ducky. Sometime today, I need to see a rubber ducky. Trust me, I have done this many of times. I have done that. I have put out requests. I even said, let me walk in the grocery store. And I want a brother that looked like Ibris Albris to walk up to me and say, how you doing? And it happened. And it happened in the grocery store. He said, how you doing? Now he kept walking after I said, fine. And he said, thank you. Yeah. And he kept walking and I kept walking. But what I'm trying to tell you is they will send you a sign. That wasn't a sign for me to go chase him down. That was a sign that my spirit guides are saying, you think this is a game. Okay. So people will see these signs show up on t-shirts. You could be watching cartoons with the kids. You could be flipping through the gram and somebody's timeline could come down on your page. You could be listening to a song in the car and they will send a message. These are called Cleons. These are messages that come. You could be literally in Target, standing in line, thinking a thought, a question, you're pondering something you need an answer for, and the person in front of you could be on the phone or talking to someone, and they will be answering your question. They will be answering your question. The question that you are pondering, they will answer. And you don't have to say anything to them, but you know that the divine is working and you are in alignment. So that's how you work with them. Now, if you're a little scared to kind of step out there and do something like that, then you can ask them to show up in your dreams. They absolutely love showing up in your dreams. And right now, if you're having a dream, chances are you are on Jupiter with your dream. So when you get these big, wild dreams and they are expanding themselves, depending on where your consciousness is. If you're living in fear, you're going to have some crazy ass fearful dreams. If you are in a state of wanting to elevate and in a state of hope, then you're going to get dreams that are going to expand in that direction. So often before we go to sleep, many of us learned this growing up. You should be doing some sort of devotion at the end of the night, whether that's praying, whether that's setting an intention. You should have a way to close out the day, close out the evening, so you can go into your underworld, your undergraduate studies, so you can go under to the underworld, as the ancestors call it, into the dreamscape, into the dream world. And you can ask them to show you in your dream, what do I need to do next? This is how you begin to work with your spirit guides and you begin to work with your ancestors. It's a very effective way, but I need you to understand that no one, no thing is here to take over control of your life. That's not their purpose, not as an ancestor. So if anybody, and I'm going to put this disclaimer out there, got an ancestor that is bullying your ass, threatening you, I need you to call 515-605-9794 because they don't do that. This is you dealing with them when they were in their human state of consciousness. And this is unresolved issues you have with that person that this is coming up. They have no reason to do this to you. But see, we have been conditioned to think about this thing we call evil, the devil, and negative so much that we feel it is a dominant force in this world. It can only be dominant if you allow it to dominate you. Now you can say ashe or amen to that. It can only dominate you if you allow it. But everything you're doing is right. What I want you to understand is you got to step out of the shadows of a victim. And right now you are in the shadow of a victim. And I understand maybe in a legal sense, they are calling you a victim, but you're not a victim. And as long as you stay in the shadow side of the victim, these court cases, they're not going to go like you think. Once you get into the position where you start to set your intention for what the outcome is going to be, that's how you begin to start calling your power back and not leaving it in someone else's hands. The only person that can make this thing turn around energetically, which is the first place, because everything happens in the unseen world before it shows up in the physical world, is that you have to claim it. You have to claim it. You have to own it. Not someone giving it to you. Not someone you begging or praying to someone to give it to you or to bless you with it or to make you feel like you're worthy enough to get it. You got to know that you were worthy the moment the situation arrived, that you are worthy of this outcome. And that is what you claim. And that is the support that you claim. That the outcome is in your favor and does no harm to anyone else because you know the truth of the situation. That's the only way.
Yeah.
That's the only way. That's it. So keep doing what you're doing. I would say add this to it. And the only other caution I will give you is stop doing all this thinking. This is messing up your mind, and this is what's causing you to feel so out of balance and off kilter. Leave the thinking alone. It's time to take action. It's time to be proactive. And it's time for you to stay in your body. You are preparing to win a battle, to win a war. Preparing. And you can't prepare if you're staying up all night, you crying all night, you're scared all night, you're wondering all night, you're begging people to help you all the time. You are not going to win that way. That's not how this is done. So work on getting your strength back. Work on you getting back into alignment. Keep praying. Keep going to your ancestors. I'm not telling you how to believe, but if you have the faith to be in the position where you say you're praying, and I'm not sure I know what the prayer is, but I'm just going to tell you, I got mixed emotions about that, but this ain't about me. I want you to understand, if you gave it to who you gave it to and they gonna make it work, then what are you praying? What are you worried about? This is how I know you don't believe what you're doing. And I don't say that to you to put you in the hot seat. I say that to you because you better start making sure that the first person that has the intention of this outcome and know that it will be done is you. You got to remove all doubt. And I'm not talking about doubt of the case, because there's something bigger at stake. That everything that you need will be taken care of and it will be done. You don't really need to care how it's going to get done. So you're not worried about winning the case. This is about making sure that you're in alignment to do, because you don't know where the blessing can come from. And if you lock it into this case, you may never get it.
True.
So keep doing what you're doing. Connect with your spirit guides. Try out some of the things that I showed you. And all is well. All is well. But your focus is to get yourself back where you know you need to be. Healthy. Get yourself back so you're ready. When they call you, you're not stumbling over your words. You're not unclear about what happened. You don't have the details mixed up. No. You are the master student. And if you didn't get that Galactic E-Files this month, I suggest you tap into it, because you need to be the master student. This ain't time for you to walk around and play the damsel in distress, because you're not in distress. You have a lot of people who love and support you, seen and unseen, that's standing by you, including Planet Remix. So you're not out here alone. You're not alone. So stop acting like you're in this by yourself. You're not by yourself. You're not alone.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Although it feels like it, I really, really thank you.
Yeah. So that's it. That's it. Nothing changes until you change. So there you go. There you go.
Thank you.
All right. Well, peace and love to you. And I would say to you, you probably want to make sure that whatever goes down, it's after the 15th. Set those intentions and do the work. Do the work.
Yes.
And do the work.
Yes.
You got
Thank
this.
you.
You got it. Peace and love.
All right. Peace and love.
How beautiful. How beautiful. Let's go to the next caller. Trying to think where I was. Next caller, calling in from area code 7067. 7067, you're live on Planet Remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from. Okay, we coming back. Let's go to the next caller, calling in from area code 9174. 9174, you're live on Planet Remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, Ms.Blue.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Who's on the line?
Hi, Ms. Blue. This is Keisha from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Greetings, Keisha.
How are you doing?
I'm amazing. How are you?
Good. So this would be my second time speaking to you. We spoke on Clubhouse when Gio was assisting with moderating.
Oh, beautiful.
I was the one where you said you saw all the babies coming in hot and all of that. I don't know if you remember.
Wait a minute. Now, I normally do not remember because my spirit guides will wipe my mind clean, kind of like in the movie Men in Black. But yes, I remember you, and I told you to close your legs because if you open your legs, the baby might pop in. Yes, I do.
You did.
Keisha, let me tell you why I remember you, because my sister heard that, she heard that show, that Clubhouse show, and she called me in the middle of the night the next day, and she said, wait a minute. Did you just... Yeah, I did tell her that. Them babies was hanging around her. They still around you. They're around you right now. I told her if you open your legs, one might pop in there. One might just slide up in there.
Well, I have a question that's kind of a follow-up to that reading. So during that reading, unexpectedly or maybe expectedly, there was a spirit guide that jumped in, and you mentioned that it was a he, and you said he was so forceful that you were kind of like taken aback, like, sit down, like you want to tell him to sit down or back off. Mm-hmm. And you said that he said that I need to. It brought up forgiveness. It brought up the topic of forgiveness. Mm-hmm. And that's something I need to work on.
Yes.
And that it was something that I was going to say, hey, I already have done that in my life or something like that. Mm-hmm. So then for me, when you said that, what came to my spirit is like, is this a spirit guide that knows me in some way? So I don't have a relationship with my father for a very long time. I don't know if he's alive or deceased. So what popped into my head is that my father, like, is he deceased? And is this somehow him trying to do better from the other side as my spirit guide? Or is this somebody else who is this person? That is really my question.
Okay. Fair enough question. And definitely let me dive in. First, I will tell you it's not your father. And let me explain to you what I mean by spirit guides. I, first met one of my spirit guides. I often talk about this when I was very, very young as a young child and just didn't know who he was. It would just be this man that would come to me and, try to tell me to do the right thing, as they say. But this particular spirit guide that is coming towards you. Well, first, let me explain, because I recognize when I go in certain forums, people are not familiar with terms. And let me tell you what a spirit guide is. A spirit guide is going to be someone who lived on Earth. They were in a physical body. They know what it feels like to pay bills. They know what it feels like to go to school. They know what it feels like to have a job. They know what it feels like to be broke. They know what it feels like to have relationships, break up relationships. They know what it feels like to be a mother, a father, every aspect of life. I even, did a series some years ago, which is a great show to go back in the archive and listen to, about bougie spirit guides, because there was a time that bougie spirit guides was coming through and they were real bougie. Like, these were some bougie spirit guides, but they were all facets of what we call, I even had gangsters come through as spirit guides for people. So these are people. What they have done is after, and this is what Spirit has shown me And I've communicated and got confirmation from family members who lost loved ones, plus physical confirmation about spirit guides, is they have elected to come back to help on planet Earth, to help us. So after they go through their life review and they see how every thought, every action, every connection has impacted the people and things around them in their life, they get to see how their actions are. They also get to see things from a totally different perspective. Now, I didn't initially, I will tell you this, Keisha, I didn't initially know this when I started doing this work, because there is a time that at once I felt that if you didn't know something and you passed away, the chances of you learning it on the other side was slim. In fact, I think my own words were, if you had a dumb uncle, when he passed away, he still was going to be dumb. Now, but that's not true.
Okay.
That's not true. And not because I say it's not true, because it was me misunderstanding what energy I was actually picking up from the other side. Because often when I'm connecting with and doing mediumship with others from the other side, I would often pick them up in their true character of who they were. And so with me navigating through that, I was just picking up their character in that way. Now, that was many years ago. And then, slowly but surely I moved out of that. But, now I'm here to tell you is that when they get to the other side, they have access, like we have libraries and we got the internet. They have access to everything. And there's nothing they don't know. Now, when someone is elected as your spirit guides, it's kind of like that picture that a lot of people who grew up in the 80s and in the 90s, when people had, well, I don't know if people had it in the 90s, but they would have that picture of Jesus and the 12 disciples sitting around the table. Well, actually, that is Jesus and the spirit guides. That's what your spirit guides do. So when you're working out your life plan and you talk about some of the things that you will do or you want to experience when you're coming to planet Earth, and some of the things you want to put in place for yourself, your spirit guide know everything about you. They know everything. This life and before this life, they understand. But when a person elects to be your spirit guide to come and help you, and by the way, they switch out sometimes. So you have soul spirit guides that stay with you since the time you were born, all the way up until the time that you transition. And then you have other spirit guides that come in depending on what phase you're in your life and depending on what you have going on in your life. And so when a spirit guide, when I'm telling you how many people are standing around you, these are not people who are blood relatives to you. They're not. I consider them to be ancestors. So your father would be an ancestor because he's a part of your physical bloodline. This is a spirit guide that says, right now, Keisha is dealing with these things in her life. And by the way, I got some expertise of living on the planet, growing up, dealing with this. And now that I'm on the other side and I can see the big picture and I know exactly what maybe I did or didn't know in this lifetime, I'm going to help give you those little nudges and help you while you're in the midst of figuring this out. So I don't want to miss the portion of when I told you that this spirit guide jumped out, because sometimes they do jump out at me because they're right here with me. To say that you need to work on forgiveness. And if my memory serves me correctly, you told me you really couldn't think of anyone or anything at that particular time. And I kind of told you what I would tell anyone at that time. And of course, I'm paraphrasing for both of us. But the first person you should forgive is yourself and then anyone else. And so now that you have time to reflect on it, you thought about your father and this sort of a strange relationship between you and your father. So your father is not a spirit guide, but in essence, what you're really asking me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm okay with that, right? This ain't about being wrong or right. I'm just going to tell you what spirit is giving me, is that you want to know if your father is still alive, because there's a part of you that feels he died, that he passed on. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm going to tell you what I pick up, and we can go from there. I don't feel your father has passed on, but I feel that the father you knew, even the father you knew and didn't agree with, that father is gone, but his physical body is in a sort of dilapidated state. So either he is unconscious, because I see a couple of things here. He had an addiction problem, correct?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. As far as I know, not a drinker, not not a smoker, not an addiction issue. Growing up with him, no. But
I feel that
nothing
he
like that.
had.
Unless he could have developed something after I am not around him.
Right.
That's
but
possible.
I really feel he has some sort of addiction problem. Some sort of addiction that is there. It could be prescription. I feel like something happened to him. He got hurt or something, maybe even on the job. And maybe this sort of led him this way. Maybe. Okay?
Okay.
But I feel like he's here, but mentally he's not here. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yes.
I feel like he's here, but mentally he's not here. Almost to the point where if you were to walk up to him and say, I'm your daughter, he may not even be able to recognize you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was definitely someone, if anything, that, my mother believed in through things that have to do with his mother, that was someone that was under serious spiritual attack, which is what pulled him away from us in the first place. So I can understand that whole idea of someone being mentally gone, even though they're physically here.
Yeah.
Even if as a child I may not or could not necessarily understand why.
Yeah. I really feel that. This is a perfect time for you to forgive yourself. I think that's so important. I think if you don't take anything from this, that you forgive yourself, because this has impacted you in more of an adverse way of your father's sort of disappearance. And then even all of the stories, it's like he's this legend around him. And, I see you now as a little girl walking with your mother, looking at every man that passes by to see if it's your father. You see? So do some work on releasing that energy of your father. I think that's important, and really forgiving yourself. Here's a sacred ritual, a pretty ancient one that my guides have taught me, and it's to take yourself to a holy place. So you'll go into a meditation. I want you to visualize a park. It needs to be summertime. No people in the park. You do need to have a body of water. You can have as many flowers. You can visualize trees, green grass. It's during the summertime. It's a clear, beautiful day. No animals, only butterflies and maybe a couple of little swan in the pond. But that's it. No people and a bench. And I want you to take yourself into this meditation. And I want you to go back. The age Spirit is giving me right now is the age between 6 and 7. And I want you to see yourself on that bench. Set your phone, set your timer. I want you to set it to 8 minutes. Sit on the bench and visualize your 6-year-old self coming to the bench. And I want you to talk to your 6-year-old self to give yourself love, to give yourself nurturing, letting yourself know it's going to be okay. We're going to make it through this. And I want you to do that ever so often until you catch up to the age you are today.
Okay.
And then I want you to journal. Now, when you're coming out, very important, Keisha, to remember this, because often people tell me, I give this out in sessions, one-on-one a lot. When people are coming out of this meditative state, they find that it's hard to let go of their younger self. Their younger self is crying uncontrollably. I don't care how much you cry. I don't care how much you hold on. Let yourself know it's going to be okay and leave. Okay? And journal whatever comes up, even if it has nothing to do with the experience you just went into. I want you to journal it because you'll be getting downloads, and what you're energetically doing is down to a subatomical level of the energy inside of you. You are releasing trapped trauma. You're releasing trapped pain. You're releasing all of these things who have conditioned your mind, your emotion, and even your physical body, how you interact sexually, what your desires are, what you're achieving in your life. It is impacting all of that. You're releasing any restraints on those areas so you can freely and truly, untainted, see yourself for who you really are.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Blue.
You're so welcome. I'm going to give you some sparkles because sparkles make everything better.
You're absolutely right. Thank you.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. So that's what I want you to do, and to work with that energy. And yeah. But if you didn't get the Galactic E-Files, I would encourage you to do that. Work with the H2O. I think H2O is still available. I don't think it's sold out. I'm not sure. But that would be awesome for you to do, to get into that work with yourself, to do that. But to answer your question, those are your spirit guides. That's how you work with them. I pick up that your father physically is still alive, yet not alive. You get the drift. You get the drift.
Yes.
You get the drift.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And don't worry, I'm going to be teaching a class, because often, and I've done this on the show many times, but I'm not going to do it here. We don't have that kind of time. But if you have a session with me, we can go into your father's higher self, and I can talk to him and talk to you through him.
Yeah.
And show you how to do it.
I would definitely like to do that.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to do that.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So peace and love to you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Blue. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Peace and love, Keisha. And welcome to Planet Remix. Yeah. You get another sparkle.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hold the line. Oh my goodness. I've got to get a little shorter. My guides are telling me I'm a little too long-winded here. Let's go to the next caller calling in from area code. Did I just go here? I think I did. Let's go to area code 8157. 8157. You're live on Planet Remix. Please tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, Ms. Blue. This is Baked Chemistry.
Hi, Baked Chemistry. How are you?
I am well and so glad to finally be talking to you again.
Oh, wow.
The last time we talked was on Clubhouse, and we started talking about 90 Day Fiance, and the rest was over with.
Oh, my goodness. Yes. Now that I do remember, but I got to, Ooh.
Yes.
I'm not going to say, but I got another good one for y'all. Just don't let me get out of here without telling y'all something I want y'all to watch. I want y'all to watch so we can talk about it. But yeah, I couldn't do no more. Well, I told y'all my guilty pleasure. I stopped watching it though. Because it just was rubbing me real all kinds of ways, right?
Yep.
Was
Yes.
Love After
I've been
Lockup.
having a hard time watching too.
I can't do Love After Lockup. 90 Day Fiance, I can barely do that. I just love human interaction. I love to see how people connect, and I love that. So yeah, I was a little intrigued. I watched Love After Lockup, and listen, I wasn't ready. I thought I was ready. I thought I was about that life.
I need to watch that.
I ain't about that life. I'm not about that life at all. But 90 Day Fiance, I like the dynamics in that. I can do 90 Day Fiance. I can do that. I can. But anywho, so good to talk to you. I try to stay off the gram, because when the baked chemistry comes down and it be fresh out the oven or freshly baked, I'm like, listen, I may have to make a trip.
And I got something in the oven right now.
Oh.
I was hoping that everything would be done before I went on so that I did not have any distractions. I got a vegan socket to me cake in here, and it's got like 3 more minutes. So I'm hoping that I can get it out and be...
No. Did you guys just hear what she said? A vegan socket to me cake? Listen, I'm telling you, follow baked chemistry. But anywho, enough about me.
Yes.
We're going to talk about you. How can I help? Yes.
So my aunt, who was also my godmother, she transitioned on August the 22nd, which was also her mother, my grandmother's birthday.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Thank you. And my mom, she knew it was going to happen. And she said it, and she just said it in a matter-of-fact kind of way. And it was almost kind of like just regular, normal conversation. And I was just like, okay. And my mom was here to see her the week before she transitioned. I took her out there. We sat with her for a while and, tried to talk to her. And I could, of course, see some of the feistiness of my auntie coming through. And my mom left that Saturday to go back home. So it was Monday. And I told my mom, I said, I'm going to go and I'm going to see auntie. And she said, okay, because at first my other aunt was supposed to go up there to see her. So I just wanted to make sure that someone was there to be with her. Because according to hospice, they told us that, it could be days, it could be weeks, it could even be months. And so we just wanted to make sure that she was surrounded by love and family. Yes. And so my aunt that was supposed to go, her mother passed.
Oh,
and so
man,
she wasn't able to be there. And so I got up after work and I said, I'm going to drive there and I'm going to be with her. And I was able to be with her and I just sat there with her for a while. She was very, very frail, just in a lot of pain, not eating or drinking. And so the nurse came in, gave her pain medication, and she said, she can hear you if you talk to her. Yeah. And I said, oh, I know. I said, I just need a few minutes. Yeah. I just need a few minutes and I'm going to talk to her. I said, we've got a lot to catch up on. Yeah. So I, took the time to say some things to my aunt. And that next morning at 5 a.m., my uncle texted everyone and said that she had transitioned. So since that time, we have been out to her home and we've been cleaning things up and just kind of getting her house prepared and ready to be sold. Right. And I've gotten quite a few of her things that were very, very important to her here in my home and with me. And I talked with my sister, Queenie, and just asked her, I said, well, my aunt had a lot of writings. She had a lot of poems. She had a manuscript that she wanted to get sent off. And I said, I don't know if I should be the one to do this for her. I said, I feel like she would want me to, but I'm just not sure. And, thank you, Queenie. I love you. I hope you can hear me, sis. But she just helped me. But I really just want to know first if my aunt has a message for me about anything, and most importantly about her writings. What would she like for me to do with all of her writings, her pictures? Because my aunt came out as a lesbian in a time that was very, very tough, and it was hard for her, and she fought against any and everybody that tried to tell her that she couldn't be out and she couldn't be proud of who she was and who she fought so hard to be. So I just want to know if there's anything that she has for me, because I want to make sure that I do right and that I honor her in the best way possible.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. How beautiful. And yes, I'm gonna tell you, because your aunt is here, and I'm gonna give you. I let you tell the story, but you guys know. Yeah, sometimes I like to flex. I don't like y'all tell me anything. Yeah. And I would have just, brought it all out, But that's okay. That's okay for you to tell me. But I when you guys come to me for readings and stuff, I don't want no details. Even when I have my assistant working for me, I have them give me, I don't even want to know what's wrong with you. Now, we're on the show, and I'm just giving you a little taste. I know it's a big bite for some of you, but it's really a little taste of what goes down. But so here's the thing. Number one, I will say this. Your aunt came through, and the only thing that I can think of was the movie that just recently came out. It's on Netflix now, about the female warriors. I don't know why I can't think of the movie name right now. What is it called? What's our girl?
Woman King.
Woman King. And the first thing I seen her, and she had this big smile on her face, and I said, "You are a female warrior." And she said, "Yes, you see me? I see you. I see you. I see her." She was a female warrior. Kind of put you in the mind of how Viola Davis looked in the movie. This kind of petite kind of woman, but kind of feisty kind of woman, and she said she was a little frail in her last days, but yes, her spirit was large. Her spirit was huge. She was a warrior. And I really felt that when you were telling the story about her, and once you got to the part about her coming out about her sexuality. It's so crazy that we live in a world that we gotta identify ourselves by our sexual preference. Why can't we love who we want to love, how we want to love it? But that's a whole nother other. But the other thing that came to me as you were talking, and I really just got real quiet, so I'll take you in my process here a little bit. I got real quiet because I seen some swans floating by. Now, the sister who was just on before you, I told her about going to the park and she could only have swans in the water. And at first I thought, is this lingering over from the swans? And then, no, I seen the swans, and I seen your aunt riding on the back of the swan. And so I knew instantly she was very creative, and she wrote and she did poetry, and she was very with the painting, because the swan is a sacred totem for the god Sarasvati. And Sarasvati is the goddess that sits on top of the swan. You often see her sitting on top of a swan inside of a lotus flower. And she is the one who sits over all of creativity, of the musics, of the arts, of writing, and anything that we do in a very sort of kind of creative, expressive way. It could be painting, it could be drawing, it could be any of these ways. And so the answer to the question, your aunt is filled with joy, and she says, please, please bring this into fruition. for her. She wants this to manifest in this world in honor of her. She would love for you to put together this. And I see that it can be very, very big, and it can also help a lot of people on their path and their journey. And it also, what she wants it to do, because there was a lot of people, you talked about her fighting against people, but she had to fight a lot of people in her own family who were against this. And that's what she wants to solidify that with her mark on this world. And what she stood for in this world, which was people to be free to be who they are, to love who they want to love, and love the way that they want to love and live, to put those things there. And she has a different understanding because she internalized a lot of this. And this is what started to fester and started to break her body down, because she had so much internal pain that she had to hold on to on the inside. And she recognized that now. She recognized that now. But she told me, for her, every day was, for those that she loved and loved her, she would put that poker face on and just, give you that love back. But it was so much pain towards the end of her life. So much pain. But what she was really fighting for was she was fighting to live. She's fighting to live. And she's so grateful that you're her granddaughter. She's so thankful. And she even says, low key, she kind of introduced you to certain people so you could learn more about her and learn more about her struggles and learn more about what she went through. So she's doing a little bit of the ancestors like Mulan, sort of sending certain people your way so it can expand your horizons. And it's really helped you grow as a person, to really being more open and, really being able to love more freely. And it's been enriching for your family and understanding your family, your children, people you come in contact with, So she is sending so much love, and she would love and truly be honored. She said, that's why you're my goddaughter, because truly you are a blessing. And yeah, she's smiling and she is floating on the back of the swan, honey. And just as this king warrior, she is this female warrior that was there and sending so much love to the family. But she also wants you to know she did hear you. And she also heard you when you told her she's free to go and you love her. And she thanks you for that because she wanted you to be there. She wanted you to be there. And she knew when you were holding her hand and when you were kissing her on her forehead, she could feel every single thing. Yeah. When you straightened the covers, because the nurse had came in there and messed up how the covers was on her, and you didn't like that, and you said, "Yep, she did." I'm telling you, how would I know? You straightened those covers and made sure she was covered up correctly, and all of that. So she witnessed it all, and she's very grateful and thankful for her life. Now, I will tell you this. This is pretty interesting. She said there was a time in her life where she never wanted to ever come back here again. But now she wants to reincarnate. She does.
You know what? That's it. Yep.
She wants to reincarnate.
That was her.
She wants to come back to reincarnate. She does. She really does. Mm. And so I will tell you, this will be a beautiful, welcoming present for her when she makes her return to the planet. Let me tell you why I say that. There is an institute that's in Virginia, and of course we know about the Edgar Cayce Institute, but there's another institute, and I think it's at Stanford University, one of those, don't quote me, but you can find it, where they went around for these children who were having past life memories, and they remembered their names, they remembered their families, they remembered when they died, and they remembered where they lived, and they followed up with these children. Some of them have even made it to national syndicates, where they were on CBS This Morning and different talk shows. And of course, now they're all on TikTok, and their parents are telling about their children talking about past lives. And they followed these children around, and they did research, and they remembered everything. Like the one little boy they made the movie about, that he remembered that he was a pilot during World War I. He remembered his name. He remembered where he died, how he died. And he could tell details when he was like 4 or 5 years old that there's no way he could have remembered. He even told his parents his name and where he lived, who he was married to, who his children were. And they found out all these facts were true. And this is with a lot of our children. A lot of these things have happened. And I know for me, for a fact, that there is a past life that I have had some artifacts and things that were left behind. And when I returned, I was able to see them again. And at first, it shook me to the core, because I realized that this was a memorable past life. Now, don't get me wrong. We've had hundreds upon hundreds of past lives, and we've been every and anything on this planet. Don't think because you are from the African diaspora in this life, that's all you've been. Or if you are an Anglo-Saxon, that's all you've been. Or if you're from the Middle East, that's all you've been. You've been everything. You've been every culture. You've been every gender. You've been all of these things here, especially if you're listening to me, because that means that your consciousness, you're interested in elevating the consciousness of yourself and humanity on the planet, which means that you've had to experience quite a few things in your lifetime in order for you to get to this balanced state of being. Otherwise, you would walk around like everybody else on the planet that we tend to call not woke, right? So I personally, now here's just a theory for me. When the ancient Egyptians would leave things into their sacred place, it wasn't just because they thought it was going to travel with them into the afterlife, but they knew that they would return and they would see some of their works and things that were important to them in this material world. Yeah. But your aunt is saying she will reincarnate, and she is ready to talk to you whenever you talk to her all the time. But sometimes you think your mind is kind of doing ghetto boys and playing tricks on you. But she said, no tricks, no tricks. That's her talking to you. So,
well, because she loved music and I love music, and I know that my love for music sparked from her.
Yes.
She had the most eclectic musical taste. And so I thought at first, when I had all of her albums, that I would keep the ones that I liked, and then I would pick the other ones and, find them a good home. And I just got a feeling like, no, that's not what you're supposed to do. You need to keep all of them. And that's what I heard. It was like, you need to keep all of them.
Yes.
And I was like, even Def Leppard? She was like, yes, even Def Leppard. I was like, even AC/DC? She was like, yes, those two. And I said, oh my gosh, okay. I don't know what is on here, but I okay, Auntie. I said, I got you. I'm keeping them all. I was like, just let me find some place to keep them in a nice, home. But she said, no, you keep all of them. Keep them all.
Yes. Keep them all. And you will know exactly what to do with them, right? And why. And there's stories in all of those songs. I'm a big music connoisseur, and I know exactly what you mean because my father. I
know.
Yeah, you guys know. That's why they call me the Soulful Oracle. But my father was a big music connoisseur, and he listened to all genres of music. And I'm telling you, your mind is not playing tricks on you. You really are talking with her and communicating. Your ancestors love talking to you guys. So I encourage you all to talk to them, talk to them, because you will get confirmations back. And they do love sending signs and symbols. So it'll be there for you. It will. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
so
you.
welcome. I'm so glad we had a chance to talk.
Yes, me too. Thank you for all that you do and all that you are to us. We love you so
love
much,
you
and we
too.
are so grateful for you.
Love you too. Love you so much. That's baked chemistry, you guys. You better get into it. Listen, you better get into it. Baked chemistry.
Thank
Some
you.
very powerful and beautiful work. Peace and love to you. Thank you. Hold the line.
Peace and love, Ms.Blue. Thank you.
Yeah. Ooh, can y'all believe it's been 3 hours? Oh my goodness. Listen, we're going to get ready to close out. Yeah, I know y'all don't want to go, but we do need to close out. I definitely will be coming back on. I really enjoyed us. I know it wasn't our normal time of touching in. Happy born day to Gio. If he didn't dip out on us to go celebrate, we're sending him lots of love, and everyone whose born day is today, sending so much love. I also want to encourage you guys, let's do this. Make sure that you like and subscribe, hit that notification bell as well. Pass it on to a friend. I will be back on. We're going to do some more calls. Don't forget to download. You know, make sure you're rating Planet Remix, leaving us some 5-star reviews wherever you get your podcast at as well. Don't forget, love you too. You still here, Gio? He bringing it in. And also wanting to make sure that you, what am I trying to say? It's something I wanted you all to do. Oh, don't worry. I owe a couple of you some phone calls. I'm going to be doing them phone calls. I'm going to try to get to them this weekend. And I think that's about it. This was a show, but this was more of us getting together and just kind of hanging out and chilling for a little bit. Couple of technical difficulties in the beginning, but that doesn't stop, right? Because we know that we can push through that. I love everybody. Shouts out to Ebony and Rain coming through. Shouts out to all of you coming through and being in the Blue Room. Those of you who heard the call, even before the notification, you were kind of sending out your telepathic messages. Oh, I hear you. And I'm sending them back to you. But, you know, use this time to make sure that we come together to connect with ourselves and spread love, because that's what we're about here. Love is the only thing that's real here. And we know that to be so true. I know that to be so true. And I want us to continue to keep growing together, learning together, and being good to each other together, because it's important that we do that as well. Lastly, I will say this. Here's a couple of recommendations I want to give you for shows I think you should watch. One is a food for thought. Like, I want you to watch because it's just some good stuff. And maybe you already seen it. I could be late to the party. But it's on Netflix and it's called Painkiller. Watch it. It's deep symbology there. Deep. Painkiller. If you get a chance, check it out. Second thing, you're going to want to be on that text line. Let me tell you why, because I got some things coming up. And once I drop it, I'm going to drop it on the text line first. Many of you, make sure you follow us on social media. You know, feel free to say hello. Now, when you're on the text line, remember, if you guys got a lot of things to say, and I know y'all got a lot of things to say, and I know sometimes we get out here and we're moving in these cosmic streets and we want to write it all in text message, but please, no more than two lines. If it's anything deeper than that, do me a favor, send me an email and not put it on the text line. I want to make sure that the text line still be something we can utilize, our personal sort of kind of call line for Planet Remix. And I can reach out to you guys and you can send me things, but send it to me in email, unless it's an emergency. And I want to preference that, but y'all know, because sometimes y'all want to tell me something really quick. Not about will he like me, she like me, not that kind of stuff. But if you have something urgent, yeah, we'll let that go. But really, send me an email, okay? So I can make sure I can get it. I'm going to have those dates for Self-Invested coming up soon. I know I keep saying that, but trust me, it's coming. Number 2, I'm going to let you know when I'm opening my books for taking on more readings. And by the way, let me say this. I feel like I need sparkles because I am at 17 months in my waiting list. To go from a 3-year waiting list to 17 months, I've been working. So if you're on that waiting list, you're not going to get bumped. I'm not pushing you back. I'm not putting anyone before you. I had dates that were already put in my schedule 4 or 5 years ago. That was my personal free time. And I'm going to be utilizing that space to bring you in. It's going to be a different type of reading, a new reading. I will explain them. These are things that I've been working on, studying with training all the time. By the way, I'm going to bring back some things that those of you who've been following, you've been the OGs on Planet Remix. I'm going to bring some things back. I'm going to start teaching classes in the astral realm. I will let you know how to become a part of that. See, back in the day when I taught classes in the astral realm, you either were a part of Self-Invested to get the classes in the astral realm, you were in the priestesshood to get the astral classes, or you were on the waiting list to wait to get a reading. So if you were on the waiting list and you wasn't going to be able to get a reading for 3 years, I would do the Blue Blast call, which was a special call for people who were on the waiting list. And because the list was so long, we would get together like once a week or once every 2 weeks. We would do the Blue Blast call, and we would do telepathic and psychic training on the call and do different exercise and play games. And we just work on those abilities until it was your time to get a reading. I'm thinking about bringing that back. The only way you could get into those special classes is you had to be on the waiting list to get a reading. So it's a lot of things that's going on, and I will be sharing those. And, you know, it's interesting, and I want you to think about it. Like, these are things I was doing in 2005, 2004. I want you to think back to some of the things that you were doing at that time, and Spirit is kind of like nudging me, like, maybe you need to bring this back. This was really good. I'm also thinking about bringing back my holistic readings. If you don't know, many of you don't know, I am a certified sacred woman holistic practitioner. And I was certified by the one and only Queen Afua. Queen Afua, that wrote the book Sacred Woman and the Heal Thyself Woman. Everybody knows who Queen Afua is. So I took her certification class because what happened was I was doing body scans and I could tell people all the things I was seeing in their body, and Spirit was giving me solutions for them. But I wanted to dive deeper into my studies, and I wanted to know more holistic ways of working with them. And so I decided it was either Dr. Layla Africa or Queen Afua's class. And I ended up going with Queen Afua's class, which I'm so grateful for. I would have loved to, when Dr. Layla Africa, shouts out to him as well, have taken some of his classes. I've studied a lot of his work as well. But I'm thinking about bringing back holistic readings where I would do the healing readings for you. Meaning you had some sort of ailment, you've been diagnosed with something, or something has manifested itself into the physical to work with. Even though you guys know I do that anyway. You guys will hit me up and I will do it, and I will send you energy work. Many of you have been asking me, you know, I'm a certified Reiki master. When are you going to teach a Reiki class? That's coming. Right now, I'm just deciding whether I want it to be a part of Planet Remix or I'm not self-invested, or if I wanted to do a separate workshop and really just certify you in my way of doing energy healing. I am a certified Reiki master, but I've been working with that energy for so long. I kind of have my own way of being able to show you not only how I've been able to heal myself and work on healing myself, but also show others how to heal themselves and other people you're working with through using energy healing. I've been doing a lot of studies behind the scenes. I've been dangling this carrot in front of your face, and quite frankly, it's not okay. So let me apologize. And that is, I'm going to be bringing liquid magic back. And I know I've been promising and promising and promising, but actually what ended up happening is I really started doing all of these things because I love them so much. But like I tell all of you guys, you can do everything, just not everything at one time, at least until you get the green light. And when you get that green light that it's time for you to back up a little bit, you need to back up a little bit. But I wanted to go into some deeper studies. I could be here all night talking about this, and maybe one night we will talk about it. But I had come to a point where there were some things that Spirit was showing me, and I was going a little deeper into my studies, into my work and the things that I was doing. And whenever I see that, wow, like this is an epiphany for me, that's a great time for me to pause on that until I perfect it in a way that I know I understand this. I'm not learning something today and then throwing it out there. I'm not doing that. That's just not my way. I want to work with it. I want to work with it with people who are in my life or people who are close to me, so I can see I need to there's areas I wanted to really kind of get more hands on. So I know that when it's ready to go. But I know going forward, it's going to be pretty difficult to live on this planet and not understand about energy healing and how to utilize this energy that we have available to us. So you may be in a space where maybe you don't have the things, you don't have herbs that you need, or you don't have a medical doctor that you need. And see, we're in a beautiful time because science is finally a support system for a lot of these things that people called woo-woo or wasn't real. But now we know it's real. Or more people, I should say, feel it's real because there's scientific evidence to back up this healing that can take place when you have a certain frequency and alignment there together. It can happen instantaneously. And as many people as I can share that with, I feel is a big part of my calling. You guys know I take it as a personal earth mission, is to help you stop being afraid of who you are and to be able to tap into your emotions, to know that your emotions are your superpower when you understand what they really are and how you can use this frequency, because it is the portal, the gateway, the vortex that opens you up to so much in your life. And we will be debunking this thing about what we've been taught about ego. Because two things in this world that you need to exist in the physical, you need emotions and you need your ego. Without that, you wouldn't do anything. Nothing. So, we got some things that we can definitely do together, step by step. I'm not making a promise here, but I am putting it out because I'm holding myself accountable for it. So I'm really working behind the scenes to get some things in order because it requires me to shift some things around in my life and to double down on my discipline with me. Because to whom much is given, much is required. Yeah. To whom much is giving, much is required. So I'm working out more. I'm not going to say I love it. I love the results, but I don't love it. I'm not going to say I love it, but when I'm done, I absolutely love it because I have so much energy that is running through me. I'm resting more than I normally would rest. I'm not pushing myself beyond limits at this point. I'm in self-preservation mode only because I know that when it is time, back in 2002, I had wrote this book, never published it. And the book, and I've talked about it in my early years on Planet Remix, it was called Green Light Means Go. And I used to talk about driving to work. Many of you heard this story many a times. There's this street and the lights are timed. Everybody has a street like this in their town, their city, their country. And if you go the correct speed limit, you will catch every single green light. But if you are going a little too fast, you're gonna miss it. If you're going too slow, you're gonna miss it. It takes the right speed and you can make every green light. And I noticed that once that came into my awareness when I was driving to work, by the way, I was late almost every single day, not by choice. Yeah, by choice. I had to drop my daughter off at school and I couldn't drop her off too early. But once I figured out that if I get the timing right with these lights, I don't have to be late. Because what was making me late? One, I was rushing and I was going too fast. So I would get past maybe 5 of the lights and then I would hit all red lights. Stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. And then I was in traffic. And then I would be late. But once I got the timing right, green light means go. And I was sitting there, and by the time it came to the 5th or 6th day, I said, oh my God, green light means go. But it wasn't about the lights. It was about what I needed to do in my life. And that was my sign. That was my signal. Green light means go. And sometimes everything is being put in front of us. And we're ignoring it. We're ignoring that the green light means go. You ain't got to ask nobody. You ain't got to talk about it. You ain't got to dream about it. Go, go, go. And sometimes in life, you get that yellow light. That don't mean stop. I had to explain that to an officer one day. Yellow don't mean stop. That means proceed with caution. Still go. But you got to look both ways. You got to make sure you are proceeding with caution. And then sometimes you get a red light. But we don't want to act like we know red light. What does it mean? It means to stop. It's like playing Monopoly. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Stop. Just stop what you're doing. And sometimes we don't want to stop. Because the thing that we want, we feel is on the other side of that green light. So we're willing to take a chance. We're really willing to take a risk and run the red light and destroy it all, ourselves included, just to say we made it to the other side. I don't know about you, but I got that lesson. I got the t-shirt. And I threw the t-shirt away because I know when the red light comes up, I know that too, even though it's holding me for a minute, it's showing me what I need to be focused on and what I need to pay attention to. I don't run red lights. If you got red lights in your life, whether it's your health, whether it's your finances, whether it's your relationship, whether it's the work you want to do, if you got a red light and you don't take a moment to pause and start asking yourself some questions, you might be headed in the wrong direction. Something is off. Something is off. You're headed for self-destruction. And right now, someone listening has got many of red lights, and you keep running them. You keep running them because you want to do it your way at any cost. Doesn't matter. You're just going to keep doing it. Well, eventually, it's not going to be the red light that stops you. Remember, red lights ain't never killed nobody. Never. It's what happens after the red light that gets you. That's just the warning. That is just the warning. You have free will to keep going and to keep pushing, to keep ignoring, to keep shoving, to keep going beyond boundaries, to keep forcing. You can do it, but it's up to you. Because the moment you stop and realize, wait a minute, I'm here for a reason at this light. It's time for me to do some self-examination. It's time for me to really kind of check myself a little bit here. Where am I out of alignment? That's not working for me. Then next time you go, you might start seeing yellow lights. That don't mean stop. Proceed with caution, though. That don't mean just, oh, I got this idea. I learned this today. I'm going to go out here and do it right away. That's not what that means. Proceed with caution. That means it's still some things you got to get. It means it's still some things you got to learn. It means it's still some things that you don't understand about what is happening. That means you're moving too fast. Often when the yellow light comes, somewhere there's competition. You are comparing yourself to someone, something, or somebody. And you feel like you gotta move quickly through this caution light. The caution light means slow down, and then I need you to look around to make sure your path is clear. You watching that car over there, but their light is not yellow. Their light is green. They got the go-ahead. You didn't get the go-ahead, Blue. Your light said yellow. Proceed with caution. You got to slow down. I don't care if everybody else got a green light. Your light is yellow. But don't worry, because every yellow light will eventually turn red, but it will also eventually turn green. So, the green light. You waiting on your green light. If you keep getting red lights, the universe didn't F up. Who you thought messed up because you got a red light? Who you thought messed up because it didn't go the way you wanted? Who you thought? You thought I did it? Who you thought changed the light? You thought the light fairy came down and put it red just for you, causing you what you're doing not to work? Who do you think is causing that not to happen? Why do you think the light is red? It's for a reason. It's for a reason. And we all have the answers. You know, my dad used to say something to me, and quite frankly, it used to piss me off so bad because for a long time I didn't figure it out. And my father would say, everybody knows the truth. It's whether or not you got the guts enough to admit it to yourself. And he said, most people ain't got them kind of guts. So they don't tell themselves the truth. I was like, what is he talking about? He asked me if I did my homework. What does this even mean? What does this even mean? What are you telling me this for? But I get it. You know, once I got a little older, I got it. I got it. So we all have the real answer. But I want to give you this. Because September is the time that we come into the master student. But before you can accept that position as a master student, you got to make sure you take care of your undergraduate stuff. Because if you hop your ass in that master graduate student class, you are going to fail. Period. So get organized. Put some things in order. Always keep loving yourself. Making sure that you are taking good care of you and everything that is connected to you. Know that them lights are going to keep changing whether you out there watching them or not. It don't matter what street you live on. It don't matter what side of town you come from. It don't matter if you in the high-rise penthouse or if you staying on the other side of the tracks. That light gonna keep on changing. But it's waiting for you. It's waiting for you. So, let that just be a message of some questions to start asking yourself that maybe you didn't think about. Like I said, it's about that harmony. It's about that balance. It's hard to tell someone who never have had anything that they should never go after anything. We came to live in a material world, and the material things don't make you, but they sure can break you. But the lack thereof material things can break you just the same. This is what it means when it's said to be in the world, but not of the world. So yes, I love beautiful things. I do. I enjoy some of the finer luxury things. I enjoy things that people took their time and put craftsmanship into them. And sometimes on planet Earth, those things cost a lot. Other times you can find them on Etsy. But the love, the detailed, the paying attention to it is all just the same, whether it costs 99 cents or if it costs $90,000. So it's not about being obsessive about things. It's about you making sure you understand what quality of life you should be living, and have you really examined that lately, or have you become comfortable where you are based on other people's perception of how far you should go and how far you should not go, and you have decided to just stop investing in you. If we are here to be of love and service to others, this is why it's almost 8 billion people on the planet, because you didn't come here to just exonerate yourself. You came here to get yourself to a point where you know you can keep evolving and you will have enough to be of service to someone else who came here to be that reflection, that polar opposite of who you are, that maybe you can offer a word, maybe you can offer some sort of services to, or maybe you could offer some money to, or maybe you could provide some education to, or maybe you could build a home for, or maybe you could teach them something, or maybe you could fund their vision and dream and show them a way that worked for you so that they can find their own green light for themselves. For themselves. We all have different things that we've manifested into this world. But there is opportunity for you to grow and evaluate and elevate. Quite frankly, we have a lot of discord on the planet because people are not living their best life. No judgment in the best life, but they're just not living it. Remember, money and spirituality come from the same frequency, but they are not the same frequency. So I ain't got to be spiritual to make money. And I don't have to make money to not be spiritual. And the two can exist together, but there's a balance. No one came back here to be so spiritual that you do not enjoy being here. If you think of Earth as being hell, know you made it hell. But you can change that, and you can make it heaven on earth. And you can also bless others along the way. This is why this is important for me to do this work. But make no mistake, I do it because I love it. I'm not saving you because you don't need to be saved. Nobody does. I do this because I love it. And I know, as great and wonderful and powerful as I am, I know that you are too. I know that you are too. And those same things that I hold myself, standards I hold myself to, I hold you to. One of the worst things you could do for somebody is feel sorry for them. You've heard us talk about that on Planet Remix forever. I don't feel sorry for anybody. But I know sometimes we need assistance. And I cannot be against what I say I'm about. So I have people who help me as I help you. And the same for you. And I want to give back to the people who are helping me, which is you. I do this because I love it. And as long as you all keep loving it and it's helpful, I will keep doing it. So we have a wonderful month ahead of us. And truth be told, by the time we get to the end of the month, most of us may be on totally different paths in our lives. We may discover new jobs. We may discover new interests. We may discover new things that we want to do. And all of this may change. Some years ago, when I did an interview with Dr. Naeem Akbar, I remember these words because they echoed so large when he said them to me. He said, I try not to be the same person I was on Monday. By the time Sunday comes, I want to be a whole nother person. Now, he wasn't saying that he wanted to change or there was something wrong with who he was. He was talking about his growth, his evolution, and how he was evolving and things that he was learning and understanding about himself, the world he was living in, and the people he was impacting in his world. And that really stuck with me forever. You're going to meet a lot of people on your journey. And some of the people will be with you until the end of your journey. Some of the people will only come a certain way. And then they may have to go on a different path, and they may have to go and do something different. And you have to respect that. You have to love that. Everyone should be doing what their heart is calling them to do. Planet Remix, we've had so many people come here. I mean, there's more than 8 million people listening to Planet Remix Radio, and I am so grateful. From all walks of life and all over the world. And as much as they have gotten from here, I have learned from every guest, every caller, every person who has come on this platform. Every single one. Know that I always wish you well. I wish you well. And as we all have our own mission and to our own self, thy must be true, I must be true to me. And sometimes everybody is not going to understand that. Sometimes you guys may not understand it. It looks kind of different when you're outside of that. But I have to stay true to who I am, and I want you to stay true to who you are. And we're all learning and growing. Everybody is dealing with their shit. And if you say you're not, you're lying. You're just flat out lying, or you're totally unaware. It's not about being better. It's not about who's wrong, and it's not about who's right, but it is about what you feel your values are for you. And if you compromise that, then you have compromised yourself. You've compromised who you are. You've compromised everything you've touched. You've compromised everything you've done. It's not easy. Sometimes. And when you don't know who you are, it's not easy to stand on what's in your heart. And this is where compassion comes in. To have compassion for yourself, compassion for situations you don't understand. Because trust and believe, you guys tell me a lot of situations I don't understand. But I got compassion for you. I don't agree with you, and I don't have to. To be soul family, we don't have to agree. We don't have to like exactly the same things. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, and I don't have to agree with what you're saying. We don't have to. But I got love for you. And that's what real family is about. I got love for you. I got enough love for you to even love you when I know you're not loving yourself. And it's okay. Because one day, we all may need that reminder. And I would love to think that you would tap me on my shoulder. Hey, Ms.Blue. I just want to remind you, I love you. Sometimes we don't check on our friends we think got it together. We don't check on people who we think know what they're doing. But it's good to do that. it's good to be a balance to people. Sometimes people want to wait until it's too late, and now you want to come back. You don't ever want to put yourself in the position where you're the user, because no one wants a user. You want to make sure that it is a give and take sort of relationship. And you all do that so well on Planet Remix. That's why I say leave a comment, leave a like, rate the show, subscribe. You know, sometimes I get that report and it's telling me like, you had over 500,000 views this month. Well, where are the subscribers? They're not. Not that they don't want to. We've been conditioned. We've been conditioned to go against the thing that's helping us the most. We've been conditioned that if I get help here, I don't want no one to know that that's where I'm getting help. So I'm going to act like I don't have a connection with this thing that's helping me the most. We've been conditioned to do that. That's how most of this world has been conquered. Thank God for TikTok, or generations will not know, because they don't want to put it in school, who really built this world and where are the people who were the real thinkers on this planet and how history really went down. Some things to think about as we skedaddle on our way. I don't know about you all, but I'm probably going to listen to some music, go do a little H2O elevation and get ready to get in the bed and listen to some good vibes. Maybe read a little bit and do that. But just some things to think about. Just some things to think about. Especially in a month that is really going to offer you an opportunity to level up, to take a quantum leap, to get your green light. See, we have so many opportunities here growing up on Earth. So many. So don't worry. If you're not ready, if you miss this one, if by chance you don't catch it, if by chance you don't kind of do the work you need or some things you need to do, don't worry, you're going to get another chance to do it. Maybe. But you definitely need to take that time to start asking yourself that question, where am I holding myself back? And really sit with it. Take a look at your life. Take a look at what you manifest. Take a look at your day-to-day. Take an honest look at it. Especially if you find yourself saying, I don't know, I'm clueless. No, you're not. You know where you're holding yourself back, and you know where you have to have the discipline to do the things you do in order for you to get from here to get to there. You know what you got to do. Now, it may be scary to do it, because I promise you it's been some scary things for me, and I've been full transparency of that. You're talking to a chick who did a show for almost 13 years and you didn't even know what I look like. So I'm not telling anyone to run any red lights, yellow lights, or speed through green lights. I'm just telling you, take a look at it. Have you become too comfortable where you are? And what does it really mean to you? And have you become too invested in things that perhaps could be taken away from you? Your job, your house, your car, your health, your finances, your relationships. Have you become too codependent on friendships, connections, your work, what you call is your craft and your love? Have you become so codependent that you like a fiend, you like an addict when you can't get that hit, when you can't get that fix? And you start crossing boundaries, you start disregarding your value, and you start disregarding other people and disregarding respect for yourself and others. Have you taken yourself into that place? If you have, stop. Pause. Reassess. Focus on loving yourself. Bringing yourself back into a space of balance. Now, I've done thousands of shows on how to love yourself. And the first thing comes with self-talk. When you by yourself, how do you talk to you? And in the Galactic E-Files, Volume 4, I talk about this month. Because there are some things that happen, and I don't know who told people because downloads come, everybody get a download. If you haven't done the work, you're not going to be able to activate your download. You're not. That's why sometimes you may cut on your computer or your MacBook or your phone and it tells you it's an update due. But if you don't meet those criteria, it's going to tell you update failed. Then it's going to ask you when you finally are ready, do you want to update and restart? Because you got to restart. You got to update to restart because you're going to start again. Oh, you got to restart. Or do you want to just shut this shit down and go a whole nother direction? Remember computer language, for those of you who used to grew up with the books, and if you would look at the equipment books, the stereo equipment in the back of the books, and that computer language is hieroglyphs. So it is connected. I know we don't like to connect computer language to who we are, but there's a real divine connection. It's a reason if you are somebody who is a computer programmer, you can read hieroglyphs because them same symbols that you see in them back of them books that used to be is them same symbols in the hieroglyphs. It's the language of God. The computer is going to tell you, you finally ready? Because we done downloaded this. Now you finally ready to update. You ready to upgrade. So now I need to know, are you going to upgrade and restart? Now you can say you can restart later, but I'm just kind of warning you that things may not go right if you do that. Or are you going to upgrade and shut this down? Because we're going in a whole nother direction. And truth be told, there's times in my life where I had to postpone the upgrade because I just wasn't ready. mentally, emotionally, for what that came with. So it's not always a walk in the park, but I knew I had to do it to stay true to me. I had to update. I had already taken the download. Now I have to update. So my choice was, do you restart or do you shut it down? And there was times that I had to completely shut it down and go a totally different direction. And there was other times that I said, let's just restart. We're going to restart. We're just going to restart this. And we're going to go back in. And we're going to keep going. So there's signs and symbols all around you. Everything in front of you have a consciousness. I think my computer, I think my board, I think my mic, my keyboard. I have a connection with all of them. And so I am energetically connected to them. And they're energetically connected to me. The difference is, am I always listening at what I asked it to do? Because everything is alive because of me. It's my world. And everything is alive because of you. You're only here hearing my voice because this is what you commanded in your life. You did this. Has nothing to do with me. There's a theory, and Dolores Cannon and many other spiritual teachers have talked about it. These are stand-in. Everything else in your life is a stand-in, and it only comes to life when you put your consciousness on it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. So if you're thinking you're going around in this world and you're not making a big impact, oh yes, you are. You are literally making your world go round. And so I urge you, I beg of you, if it's not moving like you want it to move, know that you can change that. You can change it in an instant. You can change it. Everything starts in the unseen world before the seen world. Set your intention. Get into your work. Let things go that is not serving you. Stop holding on to pain and old hurt. Find a way to transmute that energy. Find a way to do real life alchemy. There's enough shows in the archives. You don't have to buy anything. Just dip into the archives. That's a way to invest in yourself. You will find a show. You can use it like an oracle. Just spin it and set your intentions for what you need and spin it. And I guarantee you it will land on the remix show that you need for the moment. And then after that, you have to take some action. You can't keep blaming the outside world for what you have created in your heart and your soul. The universe doesn't give you what you are. It gives you what you are. You can ask, you can pray, you can beg, you can do the symphony, but you are going to get what is truly the most thing you are focusing on, and you are putting your awareness and consciousness. If you stay wrapped up in bullshit, you're going to keep creating bullshit. If you stay wrapped up in drama, you're going to keep doing that. If you keep working in, don't come for me. And if you do, pack a lunch, dinner, breakfast, and bring a few friends. If you keep working on trauma, if you keep working in the shadows of darkness, then that's where you live. You're building a house there. You're building cities there. You're building your community there. You're building your home. And I promise you, the day you want to get out, you won't be able to move. Because it's where you have built your home. Energy goes where thoughts flow. Remind yourself that life is worth living. Have fun. And whatever that looks like to you. So if working in darkness is fun for you, you better love it. I mean, you better absolutely love it. You better love it because you will be living there. If drama is where you want to stay, oh, you better damn love it. Because that's where you're building your house. That's where you're going to be. That's where your mind is first going to go. That's where your perspective is going to come from. Remember, self-love is the new shadow work. We no longer have to destroy ourselves to build ourselves back up. I don't think we ever had to do that, but I think we're just conscious enough, at least some of us on the planet, that believes or knows for sure we no longer have to go through that journey. I don't have to keep dying like a phoenix in order to be reborn again. Is it a way? Absolutely. There are many paths and none of them are wrong. And if you feel that you got to burn down the house every time you elevate, that's fine. I choose not to do that. But some people want to live that way, and that's okay. It's okay too. But just ask yourself, maybe, just maybe, Ms.Blue got a point. Have I been taking myself through endless cycles? Is my mind still conditioned in the wrong way? And is it possible for me to do something a different way? And maybe I don't have that kind of faith in myself that I need to have. Lola Falana said, the workshop stopped me from holding people hostage. That's right. And just forgive. Yeah, because when you don't forgive people in your life, you do know they stay with you. Their energy stay with you and it becomes a part of your aura. And you start to attract more people that's like them than like you in your life. All because you're holding them hostage because you won't forgive them to let that energy go from you. That's big facts. Because you won't forgive. Remember, forgiveness is about forward giving. If you look at the word, you see the F-O-R, forgiving. It is giving yourself a chance to move forward to the future. Has nothing to do with who was wrong, who was right. It has nothing to do with giving the person a pass. That doesn't have anything to do with. Forgiveness is about you, not the other person. But we've been conditioned to believe that when you forgive someone, that means that you're saying what they did was okay. Hell no, what they did was not okay. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to hold them hostage, because that makes me a prisoner too. If I got to hold you hostage, that means I got to constantly keep bringing up your name. I got to constantly keep talking about the situation. I've got to constantly keep going back over the pain. I got to constantly remind. That's too much. That's too much. I don't know about you, but that's way too much. I'm going to forgive it so that I can open up the path for me to move forward. And as for the person, they got to figure that out. They got to figure out how they're going to deal with them, because I'm going to take care of me. I'm committed to that. I root my values in that. I'm not going to be joined to the hip with something that hurt me, that caused me pain.